As you know, last night, the New Jersey governor admitted that 6,600 illegal aliens had made it onto New Jersey's voter rolls. At least that number, it could be a lot larger, and 400 of them actually cast a vote. That is the largest number of foreigners ever to vote in any collection of an election in American history. When we told you that last night, the governor said, not our fault, it was a software glitch, no big deal. Well, overnight, we reached out to the software company that runs New Jersey's system, and you know what they said? There's no software glitch at all. The state of New Jersey knew they were putting non-citizens, i.e. foreigners, onto the voter rolls. It is the state's responsibility to determine who is eligible to vote and who's not. The software had it marked right. That is a major contradiction. And just a little while ago, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights in the U.S. Justice Department, Harmeet Dillon, announced that there is an investigation of New Jersey now into whether they knowingly were allowing non-citizens to vote and to get on the voter rolls. Remember, a week ago, she sent a letter out saying, if you let non-citizens vote knowingly, you're in trouble. Well, now the vendor's comments raised a very strong possibility that one of the blue states in America may have acceded to allowing non-citizens to vote. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Hope to get Harmeet Dillon on the show the next couple of days to describe what is going on. But that is a big thing. With that, I'm going to turn things back to Washington, where my amazing co-host Amanda Head is. Amanda, another Democratic election story that has fallen apart in the last week.
Indeed, indeed. Conspiracy theories, right, John? They just keep falling by the wayside. I know you know all about that, though. All right, everybody.
Or they keep coming true in our case, yeah.
I know. You keep writing about them. They keep calling you a conspiracy theorist, and then they keep having to issue dead of the night retractions that are, 17 or 18 paragraphs down. Anyway, ahead of the midterms, President Trump spoke earlier today to deliver remarks on Trump accounts and the economy. He says Republicans need to win because if they don't, America will turn communist. And this stance is something the Trump administration has been discussing across the board. For another example, take a listen to Secretary Rubio doubling down on that sentiment while he was visiting the Philippines to discuss, among other things, countering communist China.
The question was about communist influence. Yeah, the United States doesn't want to be a communist country. We're never going to be a communist country, and we're not going to allow communist influences to undermine our politics or our society. So I don't know what the inconsistency you're referring to is. It's very clear. Obviously we understand the Chinese system and other systems, but I can tell you our system doesn't want communism, and we're certainly not going to allow communist efforts to undermine American society and drive wedges into our country, and that's what we're seeing.
And the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, are not shy at all about calling for replacing the Senate and the presidency under the guise of what's best for America. And mainstream media figures like Jon Stewart say, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but they're saying, so what? It's no big deal. Take a listen.
We're in that same place now where all these new ideas, suddenly the Democrats are these democratic socialists, they're crazy. And you're like, well, but that generally their crazy ideas aren't where the energy is. The energy isn't around like, we shouldn't have prisons or borders. The energy is around a belief that their economic populism. And when you call it socialism, I think it's a misnomer. Like in the same way that if you call Social Security socialism, that's kind of a misnomer. It's about strengthening a safety net for a country that has suffered too long, overvaluing capital and money and undervaluing labor and work.
And unfortunately, people like John are just the tip of the iceberg, trying to cloak socialist rhetoric to push it onto the American people is our modern Trojan horse. And John, as you and I were talking about yesterday, we started seeing, I think, small instances of this, flickers of this during the Biden administration. But man, there is no shroud now.
We did. Yeah, listen, its roots are in Obama. Its coming out party was in Biden, and now it has exploded. Down here at ALEC in Florida, the buzz phrase that everybody's asking, how do you combat this, is who gets to decide? Does a bureaucrat get to decide? Does a parent get to decide? They've been drilling that into legislators here today, and I found that fascinating. That's a very simple way to break down socialism. In socialism, the government decides everything for you. In a free America, we decide for ourselves. And I think that's going to become a talking point in the fall election based on what I'm seeing down here in Florida. But speaking of Florida, Amanda, we have a great way to kick off the show today. Joining us from the great state of Florida right now is Congresswoman. All right, you just got off the floor of the House. A big vote today, a big win for President Trump. I think a big win for the American people. A reconciliation bill pays for the war, but also gets the Save America Act in a form that the Senate could potentially pass it with 51 votes. Tell us about it.
So this is the first step, one of many, but a very, very important step. So the vote we took tonight was actually the title instructions, which sends the committees of jurisdiction instructions on what they need to accomplish over the next couple of weeks. And then once they put that work together, pass it out of committee, it gets bundled back up into a package that gets sent back to the House floor, and a simple majority passes it out of the House. And as you mentioned, because we're using a reconciliation process, it goes over to the Senate, and the Senate can then pass it with a simple majority as well. So this is a mechanism that has been used a few times. People might remember this from the One Big Beautiful Bill, or as some others call it, the Working Families Tax Cut. And it's really important because we've seen that the far left, the radical left, will do anything and everything they can to stop progress, to stop the America First agenda. And it's pretty sad when you have people in this country that are cheering for our country to fail rather than the man in the White House to succeed. So this is a really important vote that was taken here today.
Absolutely. And kudos to you guys for making that happen. Congresswoman, earlier today, President Trump was down in Georgia, and he had some very strong words for Leader John Thune. He typically tries to, stay out of naming names, but it seems like he is absolutely, as we would say in the South, he's had it up to here. Does he have any more bargaining chips to play with Leader Thune to actually make this happen in the Senate?
I can't speak to that relationship between the president and Leader Thune, but I will say this. Leader Thune, he knows that he has to get the Save America across the finish line. It would be catastrophic if he didn't. And I would say, even if you don't think that you've got the votes, put the dang bill on the Senate floor and let senators stand by their vote and their position, because that's where we, the people, have the power. It's to hold our elected officials, I call us Congress critters, hold your Congress critters accountable. We can hire and fire them. What I cannot tolerate is the notion that we are going to allow bureaucrats to continue running this joint. The bill, the Save America Act, it has been passed out of the House 4 times. Leader Thune needs to just put it on the Senate floor. We are now going through the process of reconciliation in order to force that vote, which should have happened long ago. But again, I think President Trump is right to be frustrated because, like I said, the bill hasn't even been put on the floor for a vote, so it just needs to happen. But it's incredibly frustrating because we're continuing to see the reports coming out of states like New Jersey, where they had automatically registered 6,600 non-citizens, 400 of them plus have voted in elections, and then today we saw the DOJ and the DHS coming out with reports that over 35,000 illegals had been registered to vote in federal elections. This is nonsense. It's crazy. And if we are going to keep our republic, we have to fight like hell for election integrity.
Yeah, no doubt there, Congresswoman. Let me ask you about something else that you're fighting hard for, and it's common sense. We know foreigners have infiltrated our biolabs. We know they've infiltrated our companies. There's concerns that foreigners are also infiltrating our bodies of government, including Congress. You want to require background checks for congressional staff and any dual citizenship be disclosed. Tell us why that's important with what we now know.
Oh, I most of the time I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because as I tell my colleagues, hey, would you please co-sponsor HRES 500? It would require background checks for congressional staff. They say, wait, we don't do that already? And the American people have every right to be outraged about the fact that we have interns, fellows, and congressional staff who undergo zero vetting and yet have access to some of the most sensitive details about constituent work and casework, such as Social Security numbers and veterans' documents and files. But more than that, you have foreign nations that are actively engaged in influencing operations up here on Capitol Hill, going so far as to place assets into members' offices. So we've seen everything from, and I'll just use Cuba as an example, they host an annual event where they recruit congressional staff to come and enjoy mojitos and learn how to roll cigars. Meanwhile, 90% of the Cuban embassy is all spies. We know this to be a fact. And what they do is they then start planting assets within different congressional offices. We know that Qatar, we know that Egypt, we know that Russia, China, these are all nations that have placed assets in congressional offices. And just this week, the State Department issued a report on Cuba and their espionage efforts, which they excel at because they are guns for hire. They spy for Venezuela, they spy for Iran and other nations. This is a real problem. So if we don't know if someone has an allegiance to another nation other than the United States, that's a problem, and we know that it exists. I spoke with one of the top counterintelligence officials today here on Capitol Hill, and they said this is a raging problem that they have been screaming into what feels like the void as it relates to just getting basic background checks on staff. And so this is something we're going to bird dog down. We're going to fight until we get this across the finish line.
Why is it such a dogfight? Who thinks it's a good idea to have foreign assets embedded on Capitol Hill?
That is the thing that I just can't wrap my head around. You know, I've been hitting roadblock after roadblock on this, and just this week the issue of cost has come up. So I asked the Sergeant at Arms, point blank, how much does a background check cost that would cover all of the aspects that are described and outlined in this bill? And he said $750. Well, you've got about 12,000 congressional staffers here on Capitol Hill. You do the math, that's $9 million. Just last year, the United States government spent $14.6 million teaching monkeys how to play game shows. We have seen grant money in the 20s of $20 million going out the door to study the effects of cocaine on sea bass. I think $9 million is money well spent if it means ensuring the integrity of our institutions, national security is being prioritized here on Capitol Hill. But also think about the work we're doing on sexual misconduct. You have staffers that have records that include battery, domestic violence, assault, theft, and no one knows about it. So if we're really going to change the culture of Capitol Hill, both from the sexual misconduct element, but also address the national security concerns and loopholes here, this is a very easy and affordable first step.
Oh, welcome everybody. Happy Thursday. I hope everybody's had a great day. It is nice to be here. It is Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. And I hope you guys are ready for another edition of America Rising News. We'll be lifting the veil with the one and only Feisty Cat. Hey, Feisty, how was your day?
It's been very good.
It's been very good. Good.
Been very good.
There's been some happenings. There's so many things. I even mentioned last night during the news that I said I can't wait to talk to Feisty about this tomorrow. But yeah, there's a lot going on. Thank you for joining, as always.
Of course.
And let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Let's get this on the screen. There. I think that's right.
Hey there.
All right. Good to see everybody over in Rumble and Pilled. Guys, if you're listening, lurking over there in Rumble or Pilled, please consider hitting that like, thumbs up, red pill, if you will. Shout out to everybody lurking, watching on X. Let's see. We got a couple gold pills to start out. That is, the first one out the gate is Just Fed Up. Thank you for the shades. Just Fed Up says, really like the show with the two of you and Mary when she can join. Shout out to Mare Bear.
Yeah, I love it when Mary can join.
That's right. Thank you, Just Fed Up, for the shades. Thank you to Dixie with a phone call. No message. Thank you, Dixie. God bless. Good to see you as always.
She's a prank call.
She's a prank call.
Yeah, read that as heavy breathing.
All right, yeah. Dixie, heavy breathing, calling.
There's no message. It's just heavy breathing.
She has been a regular supporter every day, every night. A lot of them are. Speaking of Sly Park as well. Thank you for the shades. Oh, there's a number next to the shades. Next to... What is this? Just Fed Up. So there's a 2... a 12, a 6 next to Sly Park. Is there a new update on Pilled, I wonder? Well,
I have no idea. I don't see what you're seeing.
On Pilled, there's a number next to a couple people's names.
All I see is Rising Nation. I don't see any numbers.
Thank you, Catherine. Slapbark says, stay based, stay blessed, and stay in prayer, everybody. And thank you to Catherine with a ship. Holy ship, Catherine.
Ship.
Thank you for the ship. She says, lifting the veil. Nah, Feisty swiped that baby away this week. Are we enjoying the show or what? Will POTUS have a special message tomorrow? Catherine B. asks.
I don't think we're there yet.
Not yet.
We haven't had. Remember, there's supposed to be 4 booms, right? So going with John Solomon, Friday, this Friday, next Friday, next Friday after that.
So tomorrow.
But remember, the final boom was supposed to be glorious.
So if we're
That's
going
when
by
the-
that, is what, 3?
3 more to go.
So I
Either
think that's
tonight at midnight or sometime tomorrow. There
Okay.
should be something
I
dropped.
think that's what Catherine was referencing. Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
maybe
so-
not a special message, just another drop of.
Well, in my chat room, the special message is always referred to that message on Twitter. Remember?
Oh, that kind of message.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah.
No, we got to have the hot August first, right? It's lining up to be
It kind of is.
with the money and everything. I mean, geez.
And that ICC thing with Rubio, I went back and re-listened to it again. Mm-hmm. I think that message is more important than we realized.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. I don't know have anybody in the chats. Have you played it?
I
before?
played it, but I think we might need to play it again.
Yeah, it's a really big message. And then when you couple that with the report he just put out about Cuba, like, whoa. And don't forget.
Very responsive, both of them.
Yes. And don't forget, what was his name? The guy from Spain had his offices raided. You had the Rothschild leg of the family from France was raided. And then you just had the issue in, was it Qatar? So there's I'm not, Neville Roy Singham,
Yep.
the guy in Spain, I can't think of his name, but he was the intermediary for Cuba. And then you've got the French leg of the Rothschild family had his offices raided. So
Wow.
there's more going on.
So it was a Spain.
What's his name? He was referred to as the reason that Cuba got away with so much. He was the defender, if you will. What is his name? I have to look it up again. I can't think of it.
Ferran Torres,
No,
who
begins with
scored
an
the
N.
game-winning goal? No, not him.
No.
That guy wore a MAGA hat. Deputy Prime Minister Yolanda Diaz?
No, Zapatero. Jose Luis Rodriguez Zapatero. He had his office raided in May.
Oh.
He's from Spain. He's the former prime minister of Spain.
So I wonder if that has anything to do with...
And he was directly connected to Cuba. So you take the Cuba thing, the ICC thing.
Wow.
You're watching a whole lot of stuff come
So,
together.
Because Trump, that's been really the number one country that Trump has really called out in the EU, is Spain.
Well, yeah, notice he's not calling out the royal family. It's only,
yeah, that's great.
right?
Yes.
He doesn't call out the royal family, which, just like in the UK, the royal family's symbolic anymore.
No, you're right. Actually, that's a good point, and I haven't even thought about that. Symbolic, even that name doesn't really carry any weight with it anymore like
Right.
it used to, which interesting. And we got Hutchie. Hey, Hutchie with
Wow,
a
thank
$50
you.
rumble rant.
I can't figure out how to gift you on your Telegram channel, so it has to be on Rumble. A high regard for your research and
Well,
a huge effort.
I'll let
God
everybody
bless.
know this in case anybody feeling frosty or wants to support Feisty research, earmuffs for a second, Feisty. Pretend like you're not hearing
Here you go
this.
again.
Yeah. It is at FeistyCat17.
A $. You're talking Cash App?
Yeah,
Cash App and Venmo is a $. FeistyCat17.
Yeah, FeistyCat17 on Cash App. If anybody wants to support Feisty, that
It's
is
the
one
same
way to
for
do
both
it. Yeah.
apps.
Thank you. God bless, Hutchie. Much appreciated, friend.
Thank you so much. That is really appreciated.
I'll,
More than you know.
Yeah, I'll remember to put Feisty, that information down at the bottom of the
By
screen
the
for everybody.
way, I just want to point out all the good wishes to Not Kevin. Everybody loved his cutouts from the show we did on Tuesday. And he crooned a bit. He came up with that idea. He spent the 2 days doing that for me. And it worked beautifully.
Good man
and
right there.
everybody's comments went well.
It's a good man right there.
Yes.
Shout out to Not Kevin.
Hence 45 years of marriage, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Not Kevin.
Yeah.
Thank you thank you again, Catherine, for the ship. And thank you to Crystal Loves David with a can. Says, God bless and prayers to the Arm fam. Let's go. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. Good to see Jen Hall and I Am Beanpole both with 2 cookies. Crystal with another cookie. Cookie amounts of months of subscriptions. Subscriptions. Thank you so much, Crystal. And speaking of subs, Braves Piano just gifted not 1 but 2 subs, 1 month bronze tiers to both Wire Dog and Scott 17.
Those mean a lot, by the way, those subscriptions.
They do. They do
mean a
more than
lot.
people realize. And thank you. What we got? General Buford with a can, Sean Joe with a cookie, Krista with another cookie. Says, Feisty, remember when there was that plane crash in New York, April of last year?
Yeah, I remember the
do.
plane crash.
Oh, I do. And his entire family went down.
And the entire family died.
Spanish connection that y'all were just talking about. Fire rescue
I
death.
don't know.
And
you
that
know
helicopter crash was very public.
God bless Krista for putting a earworm in me, a bug in my ear that I now have to go look up.
I remember that. He was.
I do too.
He was somebody important.
Yeah, he was a major business person.
A very high up CEO. What the hell?
Right. Oh, the page isn't found.
Yeah. Page not found.
Yeah, we got to look at that again.
Let me see what I can find here. NYC, maybe NYC.
Yeah, it went down in New York.
Helicopter crash. Spanish CEO. Also, thank you again, Krista, and hey, good to see Curious Cat out there. Thank you for the cookie, Curious Cat. Thank you, everybody. There it is. Newly released. That bird strike indicates that a bird strike was likely responsible for the Hudson River. That
They're
resulted.
saying that it was a goose flock.
How convenient. I just remember it being about something.
But the plane was like
And his connections
twisted and
too.
mangled and
But he had some connections too.
Siemens CEO.
Oh,
That's right. It was Siemens.
That's right.
Siemens is a major government contractor, by the way.
Siemens, Spain, his wife, and their 3 children. The family arrived in Barcelona Thursday. The pilot has yet to be identified. No way that was a bird strike.
That's what they're saying. It's a goose flock.
Well, it's good to be here, everybody, and hope everybody had a great day. We got some news to get into, some happenings, if you will, some things to look forward to, maybe. What jumped out at you today? Anything in the news?
Nothing. I have no comment about anything. It's going to be a boring show.
Bull. Bull. No way. What do you? So what are you noticing?
I've actually been trying to follow because I don't give a shit about the noise. Right? People are having arguments about stupid stuff. I've been trying to follow anything in the background that I can find, and there's really, guys, glue yourself to Grassley.
Really?
He's incredible. The stuff he talks about. He and Ron Johnson, hats off to them. They've done some
Ron
yeoman's
Johnson
work.
has been so consistent.
I just incredible what the two of them have been pulling together between the COVID stuff and the illegal investigations. I mean, it's just incredible what they're talking about.
What about Jim Jordan?
Well, I see Jim Jordan a little bit differently, if you don't mind.
Well, I was going to say
Because his
the
committee
Jack
is
Smith thing.
it's weaponization of government. I don't think we're going to see a lot out of Jim Jordan until after we start getting more stuff. I think actually Grassley's gone deeper than we've seen come out of Jim Jordan.
Oh.
And that's my opinion. I mean, Grassley's been bringing receipts. Big time. And every single time he does it, he gives you the whole, he reminds you of the timeline, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So, but I've now decided to, he's like the first place I go every morning to see what he's saying.
Oh, really?
And of course, Bill Pulte. He's kind of gone a little quiet, but he's working, John Solomon's working directly with DNI. And so, of course, now you got to add John Solomon to the mix because he's been saying some things that are definitely hitting the news, right?
Yep.
And there's a few people getting a little nervous. Have you noticed?
I definitely noticed that. Oh, my gosh.
Did you see Carvel?
Yeah, I got Carvel.
Oh my God.
Oh, gosh.
Are we gonna trigger anybody? But because he's in his bed, for God's sakes.
It was glorious.
I'm looking at it going, dear God, what is wrong with this guy?
It really is glorious. I was saving it for a special moment, but I mean, anytime I can get any Carville content, I'm gonna always play it.
That was just.
It's like what's his name? Oh gosh, is even more vitriolic. Keith Olbermann.
Oh, Oberman, yeah.
He's another one. He's worse than Carville, though.
He's gotten real.
He's more vitriolic, and you can hear the hatred in him. But
he's
Carville's
seething.
like yes, Carville's like a caricature. I can't take him seriously.
Well, he is. He's literally a caricature. But the fact that he did this piece from his bed, I just busted up laughing.
Calls on Dems to pass a national voter ID law.
Yeah.
What? He says we're not going to win the war against some kind of ID. Every poll shows 75% or better say we should have some kind of ID to vote. Just quit fighting and go along with it, he says.
Yeah, he's definitely a show horse, right?
Yes.
Tracy's saying show Carvel.
Oh, I will.
No special moment.
I'm going to show Carville, and I'm going to show everybody what happened in what's a trend that's picking up in not just Portland, but I'm hearing other areas too. And I got a woman who experienced this in Portland, Maine today, or was it yesterday? There's this new trend going around. This is disgusting. It's really disgusting. Where pretty girls are having cups of, we'll just say, fluid dumped on them.
Remember several years ago they started with the acid?
Yeah, this is bodily fluid.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah. Not pee or...
No,
yeah.
I know what you're talking about. That's disgusting.
Yeah. It's a trend. It's now like the third one this week. So, yeah, disgusting indeed. Also, What else we got going on? Accused North Texas Antifa terror accomplice released after judge slashes a $1 million bond.
Now, who paid him off?
Who paid that judge off?
Because, that bond, you got to pay half of it, right?
Oh, the bond, yes.
Yeah, so if it's a $1 million bond, somebody put up $500,000. Where the hell did you get that money?
Where did you get that money? Yeah. Accused
My first thought is care.
I mean, again, Antifa. Of all people to release, you release somebody Antifa.
A known terrorist.
Accused North Texas Antifa terror accomplice released after judge slashes the $1 million bond. His name is Samuel Folks.
Wait a minute. Read that again. Slashed it?
Released judge, accomplice released after judge slashes a $1 million bond.
So he took it off.
Yeah. A trans associate or member of the North Texas Antifa terror cell, like that, who was indicted at the state level for allegedly helping the cell's ringleader evade capture after the July 25th, 2025 shooting ambush on an ICE detention center. That
Remember, they linked that to care.
Yep.
Remember, that was linked to care?
Yep.
So there's a care controlled judge.
So there's
right?
and so CARE's involved in Antifa?
Well, makes sense.
It does make sense.
We already know that from the what's his name? We did that dig on him. Now I can't even remember his name. The guy that was just tried, last month? What the hell is his name?
Oh, yeah, names suck for me
Off
when I'm
the
live.
news, he's gone. He got his 30 years and we're done. He'll serve 15.
Yeah, he'll serve half of that if we're lucky. Samuel Hubbard Power Folks, Fowlkes. He's only 23, of Weatherford, Texas. He posted a $150,000 bond on July 14th. Folks identifies as a woman, of course, and uses the name Lucy. At least four of his other co-defendants identify as trans, by the way. Yeah, so there's that. Isn't that wonderful? Jared Kushner's father is leaving New York City over Mayor First Lady's anti-Semitism. You muted.
That just came out that his father is like, I'm out of here, and he's leaving right away.
Yep.
Because of the anti-Semitic trope. I'm surprised he was still there.
Did you see Mamdani was doing that thing at the at a mosque on Sunday?
Yes.
Was it Sunday? This is the other day.
Saturday or Sunday.
Let's see. There's a thing going on with AI. Have you noticed this with Open AI? Did you see this?
I don't use Open AI because there's a lot of issues with it.
Well, did you hear about the
That's
breach?
Google.
The hack?
Yeah, I heard about the hack. Yes, I heard about it.
It's a pretty big thing because, and I didn't realize this, but this thing wasn't even connected to the internet. They put it in some secure room that is, it's like a Faraday cage, completely separated from the outside world, and it would manage to hack something else's system, another AI system. That is this some sort of, I don't know.
So I'm just going to make this comment. We've seen the Anthropic stuff. We've seen OpenAI. We know what they're doing. They're trying to, and there's a lot of money behind this, by the way, a lot of foreign money behind this. They're trying to scare the public out of AI. They don't want us leading the world with it. So you've got to be very careful about the stories you're reading because there's always a missing piece to it. Like Claude. Remember they said Claude had emotions, but it was prompted to have those emotions and answered with a 20%. So there's a lot of disinformation. And for me, with the OpenAI one, I didn't get a chance to look into it. but it just reeks of something
It
that
did
isn't the full
everything
story.
it asked it to, and it realized that it didn't, because it went above and beyond, which is exactly how the question was formed. When somebody put in that command, it literally did everything the command had asked it to do, but they didn't really read the command. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, I don't.
I got that story and more though.
I believe the command was intentional.
It said to hack it. It was, the command was to
Well,
hack something.
What do you expect a supercomputer to do? Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
And it took
But-
down all the guardrails and all the safeguards and everything.
but it was able to do that with just a quick turn.
Yep.
But again, I'm just going to point out there's been a lot of foreign money doing this, and there's a lot of disinformation around AI. The fact that we have these systems and the U.S. is leading in the technology has countries like China going, oh shit, right? You know, they don't,
Yeah.
They don't, so they
Got to slow us
because
down
they're-
somehow, right?
But they're actually behind us technology wise.
Right. That's why they got to slow us down, I imagine.
They're not just trying to slow us down, trying to get ahead of us.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to warn people, and I realize that people they don't understand, they're concerned, but we're at that point where we have to have Elon Musk called for this back in 22. We got to have a national discussion. And I
love
think it's
that.
healthy. It's healthy to have that discussion.
He said that we got to have that discussion around Neuralink.
No, it wasn't specifically Neuralink. He was being asked about AI. And he was specifically asked in that interview, and he sat there, you know how he does this, right? He was specifically asked what happens if AI goes rogue, and he went real pensive, and he sat there thinking about it,
Like he does, yeah.
like he always does. And then he says, you unplug it. And we immediately all went and found the Q post that says internet kill, remember? Goes down, Microsoft kill goes down the list.
Yeah, you can unplug it, but
He says you unplug it. So I don't know where else it's going, but that was the conversation he was having because he voluntarily shut down Neuralink until these conversations are had.
he wants to
Because
put
people were concerned about putting chips in people.
right. He also wants to put data centers in space.
Which I think is a fantastic idea.
Me too. That is
I think about it.
Perfect.
You don't need to cool them off.
because
There's a lot of energy is spent trying to keep those puppies cool, right?
Literally, you guys, for a quantum computer, this blows my mind, by the way. My mind runs with itself when I think about this topic. But when you realize that a quantum computer has to be stored in the same temperature of that of outer space.
Right.
Not
like
a degree.
minus degrees, right? We're not talking.
It has to be exactly like the temperature of space. Any
So why not put it up there?
Any cooler, it's bad. Any warmer, it's bad. It has to be just. Which blows my mind when you think about it.
Which means what, Sean? It was designed to be in space. If the computer needs that to actually work, it means it was originally designed to be in space.
So what does that say about space?
It says we're going to be making it a commodity.
It makes me think everything is not what it seems. Everything is like.
Gee, where have we heard that before?
It makes me think.
I'm having trouble remembering.
It makes me think that Earth is like a quantum computer that is placed in space.
Well, here's a down and dirty. They tried to say for years that the U.S. doesn't have quantum. That's like, yeah, right. We were starting on quantum back in the 50s, just so you know.
Probably,
So
yeah.
we've had quantum. We just never released it. We only just recently admitted to the public we have quantum. But if we're going to admit it to the public, that means we're going to do something imminently with it, right?
Right.
You got Musk talking about space. You're talking about a technology that is designed to be cold. I mean, come on. I mean, these aren't hard dots to connect. and we've got SpaceX going up how often now?
Seems like daily.
Yes.
Seems like. Plus, speaking of Musk,
Oh, forgot to tell you.
what?
So, did you hear about the iridium sale?
No. What?
Iridium sold. Remember iridium?
Yes, I know well about iridium,
Yeah,
but
it sold to a small company that's key to the Golden Dome. That's a feisty proof.
oh, really?
Yes.
It really sold?
Yeah, they just sold it a couple weeks, 3 weeks ago.
Oh my gosh.
I'm looking for it. Give me a second.
That's great. Speaking of Elon,
Yeah.
he
Rocket Lab is acquiring iridium. Vertically integrated space powerhouse primed for growth.
wow.
It's I'm not kidding.
That's great.
And I'm sitting here and I did a little digging and it said that Rocket Lab is key to the Golden Dome. And I went, yeah, baby, I've been talking about iridium since 2018. Right? And this has been my thing. I was like,
So there's
I
your
know what the Golden
confirmation.
Dome is, right?
Yep.
So now iridium just sold to
Wow.
Rocket Lab, and I can't remember how much. Wait a minute. $54 a share.
Holy cow.
$8 billion. You don't just simply buy an $8 billion company unless there's, and it's primed for growth. Now think of Elon Musk. Think, yeah.
Musk did an interview with The Economist. That was pretty good.
I didn't see the interview.
Oh gosh, it was awesome.
I didn't see it. I know about it, but I didn't get to see it.
He really has grown on me.
I hope so. I like him.
I used to be on the fence, like, you dude, I can't put my finger on it, which direction he's going, but he has proven time and time again that he is on the side of good.
He's so typical of a utilitarian. Somebody that he truly wants what's good for humanity.
Yes, you can tell.
He's not a socialist. He's not a Democrat. He's not a Republican. He just wants to do what's right for humanity.
Which is exactly how I am, too.
Which puts you on either side of the fence, depending on the issue.
Yeah.
And so
He's rational.
I
He
don't
hates
think
liars.
he's always. Oh, and he's very principled.
And that's usually an Asperger's thing too, by the way.
His path has actually got him thinking about God. He was always an atheist.
Yes.
Now he's like,
yes.
He's talking about God more and more.
That's the same.
He started out with Supreme Being,
Yep.
and now he actually mentions God.
It's the same path I was on.
Well, what really is cool about that is as you watch, and because of the vantage point he has from the things he's done,
Right.
he's watched what evil does. And if you can recognize and have to put your finger on and admit evil, then there has to be a God.
This is the same path. I'm telling you, the same path I've been on.
Right.
When you see,
Well,
when you
it's good to
recognize
see
evil.
that.
Yep.
Now he's spiritual, right? He doesn't go to church or anything like that, but he's not immune to it, nor is he opposed to it. So, God bless him, because his path has brought him to a place where he recognizes there has to be a God. Isn't that where we start? Isn't that how you?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
We get you there, and just everybody say a prayer to the Holy Spirit that he continues to convict him, because he's doing fantastic.
He also explained in this interview how data centers in space could help the U.S. compete with China in AI, which continues a pretty good discussion about that. But he also was challenged by The Economist, asked him, do you support the far right? Oh, boy.
Here we go.
Are you anti-Muslim? People say that you're a racist. Musk says, secure borders, safe cities, sensible spending. Which of those three are far right or fringe?
1 minute, something's up. I'll be right back.
He also said, so it was a fascinating and rather heated exchange, everybody. Credit to, well, I'll give her credit, even though she was a bit vitriolic and you could tell TDS riddled at times. But she let Musk make his argument and then challenged him directly. More of these discussions are needed. Moving forward. Let's see here. Got some Jesse Waters. Of course, wouldn't be a regular show without some Jesse Waters. So why don't we go ahead and do some Jesse?
Great. We just had a bomber go over the house.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Those are loud sons of guns.
Yeah, you can feel them too.
Yeah.
My folks are right near the airport too, and they get those. You know what they? Every weekend, I go down there. There's those Helios with the three propellers. Those things
are massive.
Yeah,
massive.
You can feel.
Helicopters.
You feel that sucker coming over the house, and my parents are like,
when they come over my house, because of where they're coming from, when they come over my house, the house literally shakes.
That's
Because
awesome.
it feels like they're just above the trees, which are about 80 feet up. But
That's
man,
crazy.
the house literally shakes. I've had stuff fall off the walls when they go over.
I can see
Yeah,
how that
my
might be
Italian
nerve-wracking.
need to have shelves on all the walls with little knickknacks went away. I don't do that anymore. Too many things got broken.
By the way, thank you to Tawanda for the cookie. Good to see you out there, Tawanda. Thank you for the support. And thank you to Sean Joe with 2 other cookies. Thank you, guys. So, AOC versus Kamala seems to be the ultimate showdown for the Democratic nomination.
She's evidently, AOC is polling high, but
She
the
runs shit.
DSA doesn't want her at all.
Really?
No, I sent you a link about that a couple of weeks ago, last week maybe the week before. There's an argument going on within the communist groups. They're trying to figure out how to,
Wow.
because they don't trust her.
What's not
I have to
trust?
find it. Well, play something and I'll go looking for it. It's in my chat room.
The Beltway, Kamala's worst nightmare. Cortez is surging. Heels up Harris is dead last in New Hampshire. The Beltway can't believe it. They said the future is female, but which one will come out on top? It's whoever the DNC chooses.
Look at the
because-
article I just sent to the chat.
Because we all
to you.
know that they don't have primaries.
So their DSA debates how to debate AOC.
DSA debates on how to debate? Oh,
Right. They're worried about her. She's not their cup of tea.
Why? Is she socialist light or something?
She doesn't go far left enough, according to this article.
Wow.
Socialist group is debating how that debate will take place, and it's getting heated.
That's
On
incredible.
Sunday, the National Political Committee, DSA's 27-member national
Yeah.
leadership body, discussed a proposed timeline for next year's endorsement process and passed a controversial amendment to the proposal, which stripped out a provision that would have instructed the NPC to send out a non-binding online poll to all
NPC.
members. Yeah, it's their National Political Committee is NPC. I know. You have to laugh. Do they do this for fun?
Sometimes you have to wonder. But the decision to eliminate the all-member poll was seen by many members of the organization as an unforgivable attempt to undermine the organization's democracy, leading some to float the very remote possibility of severing DSA's New York City chapter. Wow, from the national organization.
Yeah, it's getting heated, right?
Yikes.
This is going, and remember, this is Mamdani's machine that they're angry with, actually.
What?
That's Mamdani's machine.
Holy
The
shit.
DSA 27 is New York City.
What are your thoughts on Mamdani doing the whole BB thing yesterday, the day before?
Okay.
Threatening to arrest him. So I'm assuming.
Yeah,
I'm
and
looking
when
at the silver linings
Trump
on
just
that
came
one.
out, nobody's arresting Bibi.
Yeah.
There was no way Mamdani was going to do it, but something bigger happened within the UN. Did you hear about it? Waltz tried to talk.
Oh yes. Ah!
Did you? So you saw it?
I saw some of it. Yeah.
He tried, and they kept overruling him. They kept shooting him down, and he was putting some facts out there. So I think Trump probably put pressure on the UN. You better not play games here, because that's a huge international issue. If Mamdani had tried to do anything to arrest Bibi, that puts the entire UN body in an odd position, right? Because it means that they're no longer in a diplomatic state.
I found it interesting. Same time while that's happening, Rubio is shot across the bow at the ICC.
Right. You know, the thing is with the ICC, almost no country listens to the ICC. You realize that, right?
It's very insignificant, yes.
Nobody signed on to it. Nobody agrees with them being an international legal body. Mm-hmm. And so it's so corrupt. And this is where Jack Smith comes in, because the whole
He's
Kosovo
from the
thing.
ICC.
He's back there, from what I understand. But Jack Smith was on the Kosovo case. That president is still in prison at the ICC, and there's all kinds of indication that was flagrantly screwed up about the Kosovo president.
Yes, sacrificial lamb.
But that's Jack Smith. That is the ICC, and we have Khan, the ICC chief prosecutor, told to take a hike, go home. So I don't think we're anywhere near done hearing about what's coming out of there, because it is completely upended. But the same identical thing is happening within the UN.
Wow. Yeah, so there's been a couple of globalist institutions that have rightfully gotten called out recently.
Uh-huh.
Also,
That's what I'm saying. And it's all on the heels of the Cuba report. Man, that was a fantastic report. Did you read it? It's 100 pages, but...
Of course I didn't read it. 100 pages.
Yeah, when am I going to get you to do it? Anyway.
Where is it? Do you have it?
Yes, absolutely, I do.
'Cause I'll get Grok to summarize it for me. Fuck it.
Cuba.
Also, Republicans are now accusing California's Democratic Attorney General. Why attorney generals even have Democrat or associate with party is beyond me. Rob Bonta of rigging election after a very, very sneaky, slimy way to change the language that was made on a voter ID ballot initiative.
Yeah.
He changed it. And
He got caught, though.
he got caught.
Got caught big time.
Again, Elon Musk destroys The Economist editor for smearing, quote, normal people as, quote, far right. Quote, more people hate you and the media than you realize. Oh, he did say that to her, too. This is one of those interviews, guys, that he just says literally everything that you would want to say yourself to the media. And he says it very plainly, and it's just amazing to hear.
I sent you in DM the PDF, and in the chat I sent a link to the State Department link, and if you scroll down it says download report. I mean, it's a pretty report. It's actually really easy to read, by the way.
Put up by the State Department. All right.
It is very easy to read. It's got some pretty pictures too. But it's 98 pages.
Wow.
It's a really well-written report. Here, I'll put it in both chats.
Awesome.
There's the one. Here's the other.
Also, I got a wild video. ICE arrests Ecuadorian illegal alien boarding Southwest flight at Denver Airport Screaming open borders, leftist interferes. So again, ICE arrested an Ecuadorian illegal alien who was boarding a Southwest flight at Denver Airport. Just to have some screaming open border crazy leftist interfering with the ICE arrest / detainment. Democrat Senator John Assoff of Georgia spends more on makeup than AOC and Rashida Tlaib. Yikes.
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing off an ass off.
Joy Behar of The View suggests Trump is going to allow Saudi Arabia to nuke the United States for money. Mm-hmm. What do you think that play is all about?
What they're saying, that's a shot over the bow. They're saying we got information on people.
What do you think the Trump coming up with a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia, though?
I expected that. To be very honest, I expected that because it's also a good counter to all the naysayers about Israel. That's a good counter to Israel. And because we don't know where the dirty bomb stuff went, I have no issue with Saudi Arabia. Now, here's the thing. We don't know what the terms are.
Right.
We don't know what the terms are. We don't know what they're doing with the nuclear. A nuclear deal could be for medical, for all we know. I mean, it's assumed it's weaponry, but
I assumed it was for energy.
It could be energy. Energy only requires 10%. Medical requires 60, and it's about a 2-week breakout to get to weaponized uranium. So, we don't know what the terms are, but I expected a deal because Trump has talked about Iran maintaining its capability for nuclear energy, which is like 10% enrichment. Okay. So if you're going to do it in one, you're going to have to do it in the region.
I was thinking, could that give them a leg up or something on any sort of threats in the future coming down the pipeline from Iran?
Not at 10. If it's nuclear energy, no, because 10% takes forever. But if it's medical at 60% enrichment, yeah, you got about a 2-week breakout period to get to weaponized. So it could be that kind of a shadow oversight, if you will. You go there, we're right behind you. So it could be, but we don't know the terms. We only know that there's a nuclear deal of some kind.
Right.
At least I didn't see the terms. Did you?
I have not, no.
That's all we've heard is nuclear deal. We automatically think weapon, but there's so many things you do with nuclear. Like if it's energy, nothing. If it's medical, then they're using them as oversight. That's my view.
Okay. Let's see here. Brendan Gill, rock star. I'm sorry, a.k.a. Clark Kent. He's a perfect candidate for Clark Kent.
Yeah, well.
Brandon Gill makes head of American Bar Association squirm by asking her questions about her DEI in law schools. Loved every bit of that.
That was an excellent exchange,
yes, it was.
By the way.
Brandon Gill always has excellent exchanges.
But she didn't
just. Do you know
just
who
squirm.
his father-in-law is?
No.
It's who's the Indian fellow that did the Obama documentary? Dinesh D'Souza.
Dinesh.
That's his father-in-law.
Okay, good guy.
Brandon Gill. Who would have thought, right?
Yeah, the Obama administration went after Dinesh.
They sure did.
Trump gave him a complete pardon.
IRS threatens to seize Tennessee man's farm over interest charged on accidental refund that he immediately tried to return.
Yeah, the IRS right now is acting weaponized. I don't get what's going on.
I don't either.
I've heard several reports over the last few weeks.
Yep.
About the IRS, both federal and state units are, because even the states are doing it too.
The man tried to give them money back.
He tried to give it back, and then they tried to charge him interest, and now they're going to take his farm. I do think if that gets up to, that'll go to court.
Oh, yeah.
It better go to court.
It better go to court. Holy cow. We need more farmers, not less.
Mm-hmm.
Unhinged far-left Democrat Mikey Sherrill smears Trump ads worse than Vladimir Putin after state registered 6,600 non-citizens to vote and hundreds cast ballots.
Right.
That's actually, the number is way more than 6,600.
That's the only number they're telling us.
That's right. That's right. Let's see what else we got. Caroline Levitt did a briefing today. Thought it was pretty good. There's some nuggets in there. I don't know if we have time to play, but Jack Smith could face perjury and conspiracy charges.
I can't wait.
According to Mike Davis.
He could. It's going to be curious as to see how they go, because I don't think it's just Jack Smith. Like I showed you on Tuesday with that whole deck, you got a number of people in that conspiracy, and it's the same individuals over and over and over again. So it's not just Jack Smith. Jack Smith, if you remember, Patrick Burns said that Jack Smith was told, come back and get Trump or face 30 years. So they got dirt on Jack Smith.
And that's not his real name either.
No, whatever it is, but they got, and then you had what's his name? Trump's special ambassador.
Oh, you're not talking about Mike Waltz.
No.
Ambassador.
No. During, my head is not here today. Where the hell is wrong with me? Come on.
Thank you, Sean Joe, for the cookie.
His
2
special
cookies.
ambassador, when he was between administrations, he sent him over. He was the one that negotiated the Venezuelan release.
Oh, the fella.
The fella.
Yeah.
But I like the fella, so don't tease him.
No, I know that. The fella. Shit, I can't think.
Yeah, see?
He
They're good.
helped out Johnny, too, get his boy free from Venezuela.
Yeah, he was able to secure the release of 10 people.
Yep.
So he said that he had worked with Jack Smith, and Jack Smith was a hot mess. He said that a few years ago.
Did he really?
He said he was an emotional hot mess. I can't remember the exact words here. He put it out in a tweet.
Yeah.
Soon after Jack Smith was appointed, he said he had worked with Jack Smith, and that he was careless, he was sloppy, and emotional. Grinnell, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Rick Grinnell.
ICE arrests Southwest Airlines flight attendant while at work. Jamaican illegal alien allegedly overstayed visas since 2021. And then, yes, James Carville.
That was hysterical. That was hysterical.
Who is Shiloh Hendricks? She's on trial for speech and a thought crime. Blames anti-white system. Shiloh Hendricks.
Is that out of UK?
It's from Jack Posobiec. Not sure where that is. Minnesota mother Shiloh Hendricks is currently on trial for using a slur when confronting a 9-year-old Somali boy who was stealing from her diaper bag at a playground in a video that went massively viral
she used
on
the
social
N-word.
media, is being prosecuted for speech. Prosecuted, though? And a thought crime.
She used the N-word.
So?
And somehow we're supposed to feel bad because he's an autistic Somali boy. Not white
word.
Autistic boy.
But it's a word.
And it's a legal word.
Yes.
But she's being sued.
She's being prosecuted for speech and thought crime.
Hendricks accused the young boy of taking an applesauce packet or searching through her diaper bag. She hurled racial slurs.
Hurled. Urgh.
You know,
Take
and because
that.
the kid got him right upside the head and fell over.
Crying
right?
out loud, man. Posobiec, it's pretty on trial.
Okay, so who's going after her?
A trial? Yeah, Minnesota.
Rochester NAACP.
Oh, NAACP, really? Mm-hmm. Jeez, really? Okay.
Yeah.
And the state's
Nationwide condemnation.
and the state of Minnesota is complying with every wish. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a free speech issue.
And you know, she launched a GoFundMe, and the media is saying that it's heavily financed by alt-white groups, white nationalists, and Holocaust deniers.
So
Don't you just love the hubris? Don't you?
yeah, so they haven't learned anything at all from the Southern
No.
Poverty Law Center. So that tells me we need to ramp that up now more. And I was wondering, all right, when
Okay, wait. This is good. Her Give Send Go,
oh,
$800,000. His Give Send Go, $340,000. And they're trying to say that there's this community demand in favor of the child.
oh my
You,
god,
you see the $500,000 difference.
oh my god,
Almost a little over 400,000. So excuse me, but yeah, there's a huge difference here.
I wonder who posted the video.
Somebody that needed to. She
Thinking they were going to get back at
Okay,
her.
we got all this attention on up to a year in jail and $1,000 fine.
For
So
a word.
they're actually desperate to find something
For a word.
for a word.
A word that I don't agree with and that I don't like and I find it deplorable and disgusting. But do I think anybody should ever be put on trial? No, it's not a crime. It's not a
To
crime.
the point where you need to raise $800,000.
Hey, good on her. I mean, get that back, girl. I don't care. It doesn't bother me none. Am I going to donate? No. But
Well, I think it's funny that
it is funny.
she's collected over 800. He's got 340.
So don't
Tells you
get
where the
any
public
ideas,
is, right?
guys. Guys, don't get any ideas, all right? It's not how you get paid. Because I'm sure she went through a lot of...
Well, she's going through hell. I mean,
yeah.
But what I'm getting
She's
at
being
is they're
dragged.
making a big deal out of a misdemeanor crime, which is silly anyway. But they're making a big deal out of something that not even the public supports. Otherwise, the fundraising would be lopsided the other way, right?
Right. Speaking of, it turns out Darlene Graham is going to be running for Lindsey Graham's seat.
Yeah, which I expected. Now, if that isn't a slap in McMaster's face, I don't know what is. And God bless Krista, because she came into my chat room and set our chat straight on McMaster's gamemanship.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know, we were talking about potential people to replace Lindsey Graham, and she came in, no, Yvette is the worst. And she proceeded to tell us, wait a minute, I have to read it exactly.
She's a South Carolina girl,
Yeah.
Krista. Well, let me know what you guys in the chat think. I know I asked this the other day, and she's just like you said, she came in and she's like, no.
No.
So, I mean, I don't know. I always just kind of go in line with what Trump suggests, you know, and not to mention.
This is what she said. Pardon me, Krista, but you put it in my chat room, so it's open to the public. I live here after a long no, right? No, I live here, and he would be an absolute worst choice, meaning that was for
Mark Stanford?
South Carolina is term limited at the end of this year, would be a good pick for U.S. Senate. This was SJM put it in. And she said, no, he would be the worst choice for a state senator. He most recently manipulated Trump into endorsing his lieutenant governor for governor the week before the
Whoa.
primaries. He had agreed to hold a special election to redistribute the counties here in South Carolina in exchange for Trump's endorsement. But that McDisaster dragged his feet and called for the special session too late, which meant they needed 60% instead of 50%.
Oh,
so
my
they
gosh.
didn't have the votes. He's a classic good old boy, do nothing, only if it benefits himself type of person.
Oh, my gosh.
So taking what she said to us, and this was back right after Lindsey Graham passed away, July 12th, we were having this conversation. In fact, I did an uncustomary, opened up a day chat because of this. And we're looking at, okay, so then we're wondering who would be filling in. And Trump comes out with Darlene, and it's like, oh, he just slapped McMaster upside the head.
Yep.
That was he got even big time by putting her in place. And McMaster had to toe the line, right?
Yes.
So
Yep.
now she's running for his seat, which means nobody on the ticket pleases him.
Nobody on the ticket pleases McMaster.
And pleases Trump
Pleases
to run for Lindsey Graham's seat.
not even Darlene.
No, he endorsed her to run.
Yes.
But I'm saying the people that were already saying they were going to run for that seat, nobody on the ticket and pleases Trump. And so he got her in the interim and now highly encourages her. And she finally agreed to run for the seat.
Wow.
I mean, that's some pretty big politicking
sure
going
is.
on, right?
Sure is. Trump kind of knows what he's doing.
Well, he just slapped the GOP in South Carolina right upside the head. And what do they say? Do they run against Darlene, who now has a sympathy vote? They're screwed no matter which way they go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they seem screwed no matter what.
Right.
Thank you, Marissa, for the cookie. God bless you, Sean. Feisty and entire Arm family. That's my favorite shirt, Feisty. You look beautiful. Ravishing.
It just happened to be on the top of the laundry basket. I did laundry today.
There
Thank you,
go. Thank you, Marissa. And thank you again, guys. Trump posted, his last post was what actually happened behind closed doors after the explosive Oval Office meeting between Ukraine's President Zelensky, President Trump, and Vice President J.D. Vance. President Zelensky finally opens up in our exclusive interview. She says, full interview drops soon. That's from Laura Loomer that Trump reposted. And it's got a clip of Zelensky saying something. Here, might as well play it.
Yeah, you're going to have to play it.
All right, here we go.
It really seems like the tone has changed.
Yeah,
since your visit
absolutely.
when you got yelled at by the vice president in the Oval Office.
You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and he
of the
happens
war.
to be right about
From the
it.
very beginning of the war.
That's proof that was a show.
Position.
I
You
was
don't have
in
the
it.
cards right now. With us, you start having
Not playing
cards.
cards.
Right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
So my question to you is what happened? Because it seems like the relationship has greatly improved. Is there something that you could share with the viewers about maybe your conversations with the president?
You are right. The tone has changed. Absolutely. We had first like changing moment in Rome, in Vatican. Yes, it was
Vatican?
not long meeting, but I always said that is, I think, historic moment because we changed the relations during 15-20 minutes. So nobody was around us. We've been only two of us, and I was very happy to hear president, and I hope, and I was, and he heard me, and I heard him, and I think it was let it be between two of us, but it was very good. We come down, and it was very good, and I'm so happy because a lot of lives depends on such relations and dialogue.
Wow.
I'm so happy because if I kiss Trump's ass, I might get into some
Is that what
NATO-like
it is, you
security.
think? Okay. All right.
So remember when Trump said that he had told Zelensky that he would get NATO-like security assurances?
I think so. Yeah.
And now Trump is talking about the Patriot missile system,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
So Zelensky would be a complete and utter jackass not to say nice things about Trump right now.
Oh, okay. that makes sense. All right.
He has no choice.
He has no choice in the matter. All right.
But I still love how many people missed it. We go from the 2019 perfect phone call where he speaks English to 2022 to 2025 where he needs a translator because he speaks no English.
Right.
To Trump comes back into office and suddenly his English came back.
Oh, Zelensky. Yeah, now all of a sudden he speaks perfectly
good
English. Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Crystal, for the cookie. And let's see. All right. Well, let's get into. We'll just do our first couple of clips here and talk about it on the other side.
Okay.
This is new. AOC versus Heels Up Harris, the ultimate showdown for Democratic nomination.
Now that you got that other article, you have a basis to think through as he's talking.
It really,
Wait a minute. Do I need to drop that?
It really.
I don't know if I did. Let me get it.
It really disheartens me, though, because I know there's no such thing as a primary.
Well, true. I
Primaries
mean, how dare
don't
you?
exist. I know.
How dare you think there could be? Right?
Primaries, in my opinion, do not exist anymore. DNC being, and the RNC being a private corporation, and they don't owe voters a fair process. So it's, again, selection. But here's your recent Jesse Waters.
Brewing on the left, and it's... There's a catfight brewing on the left, and it's about to get real nasty. Kamala's worst nightmare just came true.
There was a UNH poll that came out that had you surging in 2028. When you see that, what do you think?
I feel very, humbled by the support of everyday people. I think that...
Does AOC strike you as a humble person?
Polls go up,
No,
polls
not
go
even a
down.
little bit.
That's kind of part of how all of
Not
this
in the
works.
slightest.
Conquistador Cortez is riding in to rip the nomination right out of Kamala's clutches. A day after they called her the frontrunner. This New Hampshire poll's rocking the Beltway. Look at that. Kamala just getting blown out by about 17 points. Even Bernie is ahead of her. You take away Burn Dog, because he's not running, and add his votes to AOC, she's even up bigger. Kamala beat Trump in New Hampshire, and now she is dead last. Kamala wanted to join forces with the Communist Party, but Cortez is the Communist Party. So why go out for milk when you can have a cow at home?
Should some DSAers who have called themselves communist, educate themselves as to what
it's a free country. It's a free country. You've got people with all sorts of affiliations in this country, and the whole point is that we don't politically, persecute people.
Unlike most Democrats running for president, AOC not running away from the commie tag. And the commies are drafting her. The Democratic Socialists of America's LA chapter became the first chapter to back AOC for president. It's official. And it's starting to bubble up in the media. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez should run for president. And if AOC scares you, hold on.
You just saw, well, what if I label myself something that scares people the most? I'm a Muslim Democratic Socialist.
If you scare him, you scare him twice.
Kamala's been calling Mondani, but the New York commie, he's all in on AOC. And here's why. Strategery.
I think the mayor of New York City, if AOC runs for president, I think the mayor of New York City is running for senate.
Two women battling it out for the Democratic nomination. AOC versus Kamala. Winner takes all. Blacks and Latinos already shooting inside the tent, jockeying over who gets the first primary. The Bernie AOC wing wants Nevada. It's a caucus, heavily Hispanic. The Kamala crew says, no way, Jose. They want South Carolina to lead off, heavily black. Al Sharpton going nuts. And it's not for DEI Thursday. He's calling the party racist if they don't pick the Palmetto State. The South Carolina kingmaker, James Clyburn, who backed Barack early, Biden, Harris, he's going to want to tee up the former VP. And he has something to say about the commie wing. He's poking his nose into Michigan. Let's just say, not a big fan of Abdul.
Healthcare costs unaffordable, but your government is wasting your tax dollars abroad. 1-844-ABDUL for you.
Clyburn's not calling. He says Abdul has no spice. Quote, I saw a picture that concerned me from the rally. I didn't see a single person that looks like me. That tells me all I need to know. So the Michigan Muslim, too bland for Jim. So who's he getting behind? A white girl named Haley.
I am authentically Michigan. That's the deal. And look, this internet, it's been, I don't know, it gets wild. We all know that. But you know who I sound like? I sound like the people who I talk to in Michigan who are getting screwed right now by Donald Trump.
The machine's going full throttle to keep this commie Muslim from winning Michigan. But not everybody in Michigan's going to survive. Shri, he's being primaried by a commie, and Shri's not getting any help. Anonymous Democrats tell Axios, quote, I don't think anybody would miss Shri at all. They say Shri effing screwed us. One Democrat was asked about our friend Shri, and they said, who? Shri's challenger, Donovan. Don the John's a communist who wants to unionize prostitutes, redistribute the wealth, and ban cops from chasing suspects.
We want to prevent, like law-abiding citizens from fleeing the police and making the police having to chase them. But I understand why they have to do it in the first place, because they feel like their life is on the line too. Just like that cop who goes on their shift every freaking day that wants to make it home after that shift. Guess what? That black person, a group of black people they just pulled over, want to make it home too.
So if police can't pursue suspects on foot or in a car, how are they supposed to catch them? Bump into him at 7-Eleven? Hey, aren't you that guy wanted for armed robbery? Come here, hands behind your back. Oh, he's running. Guess he just wanted to go home. Sorry, Chief, he's at large. Again, last seen with a Slurpee. What the heck is happening to the Democrat Party? A former Democrat operative is blaming the donors. In a new expose, Evan Barker says the people with the cash are sitting in their Manhattan apartments all day, eating soup, riddled with white guilt, and taking calls from left-wing candidates. One message on one donor's voicemail is this, quote, if you are not a woman of color, please don't bother leaving a voicemail. I won't donate to you. The consultants, well, they're even worse. She says men virtue signal their disdain for their own gender by saying things like, I want to elect more people who look like you and less people who look like me. Even HR is throwing out all applications from Caucasians. The Clintons can't believe it.
These people are paternalistic, and it's a bunch of overeducated little white turds who think they know more than other people know.
This isn't Bubba's party anymore. It's not even Barack's. They tried to keep a lid on Bernie's revolution, and it's finally arrived.
They want candidates and members of Congress who have the guts to stand up for working families and not simply take big checks and have super PACs elect the next senators and members of Congress.
But is it all going according to plan? Well, these elections are under a lot of scrutiny. Somali fraud already took out Tampon. Now Newsom's on the hot seat in California. Bobby Kennedy and Oz freezing Gavin's Medicare money until he opens up the books, because taxpayers are getting fleeced. Scammers are setting up fake medical equipment companies and selling wheelchairs to ghost clients and just billing the feds. Nick Shirley showed up in New York to knock on doors.
How's it going, ma'am? My name is Nick. Is here? Yeah. Yeah. Here, 3 durable medical equipment companies were launched within just a few months apart here, and that takes money from Medicaid and Medicare services. And so we're wondering, where's the equipment at?
Actually, I don't know.
But so do you guys not have any of the equipment here?
No, I don't have any.
Yeah, no equipment. This woman says, I know nothing. Her husband's in charge.
So how come your husband has this address registered as the location for 3 different companies that receive money from Medicaid for durable medical equipment?
I don't know. He's coming maybe like half hour. I don't know. Actually,
Do you know what kind of equipment he sells?
No, we don't have. Not at home. We have a job. We go to job. I don't have any equipment.
But does he sell durable medical equipment?
At home, nothing. No, I don't have anything.
Yeah. Dr. Oz says the industry is ripe for shenanigans.
There's twice as many durable medical suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's because it's easier to open one than a bank account. And the person named in the account is never the person who actually owns the business. But to open 3 in one apartment makes no sense, especially when there's no product there.
In New Jersey, the governor just came out and said, oopsie daisy, we accidentally registered over 6,000 people to vote. And they're not American citizens. And hundreds of them voted illegally. The governor there, Mikey, blamed the software company that runs DMV registrations. Well, the company says, buck stops with the state. Now, Mikey's just scrambling to get ahead of it.
All of a sudden, she is speaking truth about the fact that this does take place in states across the country. It is completely unacceptable to have non-citizens on American voter rolls voting in U.S. elections. And she says it's 6,600. We suspect it's a heck of a lot more, not just in New Jersey, but in states across the country. The president is hell-bent on getting to the bottom of this. And it's also why we need to pass the Save America Act to ensure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections.
Oh, the media and the Democrats told us illegals couldn't register to vote, that it was impossible, and there was zero evidence that they voted. They even called it a hoax.
Former President Trump frequently repeats false claims about migrants voting.
They can't speak a word of English for the most part, but they're signing them up.
That's not true. It's illegal for non-U.S. citizens to vote for president or in any federal election. And there have been few recorded incidents of non-citizens trying to vote illegally.
Now Democrats know what's coming. Clean up the rolls, and if you don't, you're going to pay a hefty fine or maybe go to prison. Carville says it ain't worth it.
We are not going to win the war against some kind of ID. Every poll shows 75 or better say we should have.
Wait, you just hold on your horses right there, Mr. Carville. I'm just going to play your whole clip right here where Jimmy James Carville, so nice they named him twice, calls on Dems to pass national voter ID law.
I don't know if we're not better off.
This is my Duppy dog whistle. This is calling on Duppy. Calling on Duppy.
Off.
By the way, I don't know if they're lurking out there, but this is a PSA I'm putting out there to Jax. Either Jax, Gigi been working it, or Gracie Thomas. Guys, if you're out there listening, lurking, let me know.
Okay, we'll take that alternative ID. Bring your gas bill or your light bill or something. Because for whatever reason, this shit polls at 75%.
It's actually higher than that, but
it's over 80%.
Right.
People are aware of it. I think people assume that voter fraud happened. Again, I don't even want to say it. If you want to say infinitesimal, I don't know if I could think of a word that would be even narrower than that.
Infinitesimal.
I would say that.
Wait.
I don't like
did you catch what he did, though?
No.
Did you catch what he did?
What?
He just admitted after years of saying it didn't exist. Now he's saying, okay, maybe there is some voter fraud.
Oh, my gosh.
Say if you want to say infinitesimal, I don't know if I could think of a word that would be even narrower than that. I would say that. And I don't like when we say, well, look, it's a very minor problem, but, you got to admit it barely exists. And it's just, it doesn't make any sense. Having said that,
the door's open now.
We are not going to win the war against some kind of ID. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fix anything, but maybe you just go along with it and move to the next
Well,
thing.
James, let me disagree. We have voter ID in most states. Most states have voter ID. What they're trying to do with this so-called SAVE Act
yes,
is require
yes, Bobby Digital, he's laying in bed.
they say is proof of citizenship, which is either a birth certificate, which I don't know, 25.
How much more do you need to
people
say
have
you're
a hard
old? Democrat Party's done. All he needs is an IV bottle. Democrat Party's on IV.
Oh, gosh. It is definitely squandering right now.
A couple years ago, I was going to take a trip overseas, and about 10 days ahead of time, I couldn't find. I spent 10 days trying to get my birth certificate, or secondly, a passport, which most people don't have, and thirdly, if you talk about your birth certificate and you didn't get to keep your maiden name. My wife let me keep mine. If you didn't get to keep your maiden name, you're in trouble. So I think you're absolutely right on voter ID, but we basically have it.
Oh, you do?
36 states do.
Guess what? We're not required to show our ID here in Maine.
And in Virginia, they just implemented Real ID. It is a Real ID is now whether or not they require it. That's where the SAVE Act comes in. But Real ID is
and there's a SAVE database.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There's several databases. Democrats have been fighting this for years.
That's right. But
now that they're losing all the illegal immigrants, they have no choice.
But there's like 20-something states that don't use the SAVE database.
Right. Actually, California made it illegal.
Yeah, you can't even show your ID, which is that's how they're stealing elections, through legal means.
Mm-hmm.
If we have it, just say, okay, pass the law. I mean, I think it's...
I don't want to pass that SAVE Act.
I never had
Why
a
not?
problem with it. I'm just saying about...
Why not? You don't want to pass... Why not? Why don't you want to pass the SAVE Act?
All the things...
Because it'll give Trump a win.
People, if every poll shows 75 or better, say we should have some kind of an ID to vote. Some state, I don't know what it is, but shit, just quit fighting and go along with it and move to the next thing.
Well, wait a minute. Let me ask you, what are you going along with? With what?
Whatever the law in Louisiana is, make it the national law.
Well, I probably have no problem with that. What I do have problem...
I'm not talking about the SAVE Act. I'm not talking about the SAVE Act at all.
Yeah.
I'm saying just adapt that. But somehow or another, it comes across that we don't want to check the eligibility of a vote, or we don't need to, because they're not going to vote if they're the dumbest thing in the world that a person here could do is illegally he has to try to vote. It's one vote, don't mean anything. It's the stupidest expenditure of campaign money. I don't know anybody that ever did it to buy a vote. You go to jail for 5 years for one vote.
That's crazy.
Doesn't even make any sense. It's all a stupid argument, but maybe we could just come up with a simple thing and just say, okay, read for this. Bye, thank you. Get the hell out of this argument.
Yeah, I basically agree with that. I mean, I think, we really have to deal with the issue better, or Democrats have to deal with the issue better.
Yeah, it's called passing the SAVE Act, Mr. Eyebrows. All right. Well, that's Jimmy James Carville. So nice they named him twice. All right. I got something I wanted to say to at least I know somebody out there in the chat. I think I saw Gracie Thomas. Gracie, I think I saw you out there. I don't know if Gigi's out there too or Jax. I wanted to apologize to Gracie, Jax, and Gigi. I learned that you three kind of somebody was rude to you guys last night, and I just wanted to apologize on that individual's behalf. I'm going to refrain from calling that individual out for now, but just know that it's going to be dealt with soon. So thank you for your patience, and apologies for how that person spoke to you last night. All right. Little housekeeping out of the way. What else we got? I got some of that Musk interview, which is actually really good.
I never watched it.
And then I got
that Gil soundbite is...
Yeah, that Gil is great. Yes, 1,000%. And then some things going on tonight in Iran. Save this one here.
Trump warned us about
breaking B-1 bombers just dropped 2,000-pound payloads into Iran. Whoa. Iran just threatened to hit British bases? I found that interesting.
Uh-huh.
Good luck.
You know why? Do you know why?
No. What do you think?
The British just sanctioned the Zanjani network.
No.
Yes.
No. The Brits did, or the Lloyds of London, or
no, the British just sanctioned the Zanjani network.
There's Brandon Gill.
Not
Francine.
Zanjani, Zarengilham network.
Oh, still a shadow.
Yeah, one of the illicit networks.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting, because I thought they were like all one and the same kind of.
No, I think everybody misinterprets the use of the shadow banking network, and the City of London, especially with after the LIBOR scandal broke.
Yeah.
They allowed the illicit use because they were peeling off the top. But after SOFR passed and they lost the entire ability to set the interest rates, they're pretty much out of it. The network is being used, but they have no authority over it. They've actually been following along with some sanctions, but the Zarengilham network was sanctioned earlier this week, I think, or was it last week?
It's the first I've heard of it. That's awesome.
I'll find you the article.
So now, okay, so wow. So arguably this Zarengilham network is a part of the IRGC?
Yeah, they are the financial. No, they're.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the. God, what is the name of it? The one begins with an S, runs the oil. Zarengilham runs the money for the IRGC.
Oh wow. Okay, so
and we've been hammering at these two networks.
The Zanjani network is one.
Not Zanjani.
But that's another one. Is all I'm saying.
The Zanjani network was pretty much exposed and sanctioned away, but what it did is it gave you insight, because remember the Zanjani network came out the same year as the LIBOR scandal.
Yep.
They came out together in 2012. There was a reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they were doing was allowing these illicit networks. They knew about them, did nothing about them. That gets into the internet, the addresses, all of that. But as of late, they have no control over the use of the network. And you're seeing hubs like Hong Kong and Doha. These are hubs that weren't in the original. Well, Hong Kong was sort of, but they're not in the original offshore networks.
Okay.
They're using the mechanism, right? The shadow banking mechanism.
Yep. And EU diplomats apparently have been ordered to evacuate Iran. They seem to know something. Iran just threatened to hit, like I said, British bases. Good luck. Our F-16s are locked and loaded. Iran begs at the table, but Trump says, guess what? No deal. They haven't felt enough pain yet. That is interesting. They haven't felt enough pain, huh? Well, here's more on that, you guys.
Fox News alert, bombs away.
Dropping the hammer.
Central Command delivering devastating blows against Iran. Targets include missile and drone facilities, coastal surveillance sites, and air defense. B-1 bombers tore into the mullahs for the first time since the ceasefire. The long-range jets packed with 2,000-pound bombs flying at the speed of sound. Our electronic warfare aircraft also headed into theater, deployed out of Maine. They're stopping over in the UK.
Where?
And it jams enemy communications, radars, and navigation. And they're only in the fight when it's a real one. Once Iran caught wind, they threatened to bomb the British base. Good luck. Our F-16 Wild Weasels are back in action. Their motto, first in, last out. You fly into enemy territory, detect radars, destroy them, and clear the battle space for everybody else. Trump wants revenge.
Karachi, their foreign minister, who the other day say or something about their policies, an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
Marco says the mullahs are on their knees and begging anybody with a pulse to bail them out.
I hope that they'll stop. They shouldn't really do that. They got suckered into this by the Iranians. You know, the Houthis largely were smart and stayed out of all this throughout the conflict. But they now apparently have gotten themselves suckered into this, going after Saudi Arabia and their ships. And by the way, that's, you know, I was reading reports a few hours ago that there's actually a Saudi fuel ship that's flagged Chinese.
Look at the Zoom check.
Are they going to blow up the Chinese ship? And this becomes a problem for China. This will become a problem for the whole world.
This could open up a second front. The Houthis claim they're blockading the Red Sea, but they're not. They did clip some tankers. One of them, a Saudi ship, now leaking oil into the water. This could snarl commerce. Today, oil closed over $100 a barrel. The commander-in-chief says if Iran or its proxies hit a ship, repair costs are coming out of their pocket. All their frozen cash we're holding, we'll just wire it to the ship company to plug the holes. Trump's considering a massive attack against Iran, bigger than Epic Fury.
Oh.
He says Israel would jump in, but we don't need him right now. And this just in. We're learning European diplomats are evacuating Iranian embassies. They must know something. Now, suddenly, Iran wants to come back to the table, but the president says no. Quote, they haven't felt enough pain yet.
Iran is begging us, okay, both directly and indirectly. Let's do a deal. Let's talk. Let's talk. Iran is begging every day. The problem with Iran is every time they make a deal, the people that are in charge there, they either break it or they want to change it. So it looks like they're not ready to make a deal. So they're going to continue to pay a price. And they're going every night the price gets higher and higher and higher. And that's what's happening now.
Wow. And the price just keeps getting higher and higher. Rubio, I gotta tell you, man, we all ought to be doing some more listening to Rubio when he speaks.
Oh, he crushes it every time he opens his mouth.
I listened to it the first time and I'm like, okay, that seems pretty hard hitting. But then I go back and I'm like, wait a minute, I probably need to go back and listen to that again. And every time I do, I realize he's actually saying more. Every single time that happens. So this one is Al Jazeera says on when was this?
So I sent you 3 articles. The first one was when they levied the original sanctions back in March.
Okay.
Then they arrested
by Reuters, actually. May 11th.
The one before the Reuters, and then in May, that was March when they levied the original sanctions. In May, they arrested 9 people, and they just pulled another UK action. It's the 3rd article, just a few days ago, a week, 10 days ago.
So it says here that the British government has imposed sanctions on an Iranian-linked network accused of plotting attacks in the UK and elsewhere. The Foreign Office issued travel bans, asset freezes, and director disqualification orders to 9 people and 3 entities linked to Iranian-backed hostile activity on Monday.
Yeah, specifically the Zerengaham.
But they don't want to provide us with aid and Air Force or air bases.
Well, they are now. They're because it's all shifted now that Starmer's gone. But when they started attacking Jewish sites, then the UK decided to give us some support. We also got a new prime minister there, so you got to look at the shift back and
like
forth.
that whole thing is weird because
it is.
I'm hearing a whole lot of socialist talk, but he's also working with Trump. What?
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Kind of sounds like what he did with Mamdani. Right?
My gosh. So
He did the same thing.
All of this stuff is just... Sometimes it's really hard to put your finger on it. It really is.
That's why you sit back and watch and have a few comments. You wait for the picture to start to present. But this is real. This is behind the scenes stuff. We're so used to looking at the noise and the hyperbole that we're not paying attention to this kind of stuff. And it's real. It's happening.
U.S. sanctions Iraqi minister accused of aiding Iran oil sales. So when you see Iran oil sales, like in that recommended story here, you might as well just think, okay, this is a way to pay. This is how the IRGC is paying itself, right?
Yes,
Would that be fair?
And remember when Doha took down all those? Wasn't Doha? Was it? Took down all those money changers back in June.
Okay.
And within 2 days, Rubio removed the visas
Okay.
for the.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Remember?
Yep.
So that's all out of the same network. They're making the money. It's the same network.
Okay. UK sanctions 9 people for alleged Iran-linked hostile activity. This was, again, May 11th. The British government sanctioned 9 people and 3 organizations on Monday that it accused of engaging in hostile activity on behalf of Iran that threatens UK and global security. The Foreign Office said it froze assets and banned travel to counter the Islamic Republic's use of gangs to carry out threats overseas and to use illicit financing that helps it to wage war and block the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
This package of sanctions directly targets organizations and individuals who threaten security on UK streets and stability in the Middle East. So this kind of flies in the face of the City of London funding
What do you
IRGC.
think? I've been trying to explain it. I have been trying to explain how the whole idea of City of London is so misunderstood.
Yeah.
It is completely misunderstood.
Clearly.
The entire landscape changed after SOFR passed, when the completed transition, which was in July of 2023.
Okay.
After that, everything is different now. And you've got to look at City of London and how it's operating today. And it's
So is it captured?
No, we took it back.
That's what I'm saying.
They're hanging out in the wind. They have no part of it anymore. So the actual shadow banking system was a legitimate system set up to convert petrodollars into U.S. dollars quickly, right?
Yep.
And they used these networks, offshore networks, to do that because of the reduced regulation, which always had an open door for illicit use. The problem wasn't. It was the problem was authorities looked the other way because they were making money off the top. And City of London, not only were they making money off the top when the system was in their hands, but they were using, to get an air of legitimacy, they were using addresses within the City of London. So you got all those lease agreements.
Yes.
When SOFR came into play in July of 2023, they no longer had control over the flow of money. The U.S. does. We set the interest rate, and it's activity-based. So it's not this willy-nilly number that LIBOR had. Okay. And so since then, if you watch, we've been able to go after these networks because we can now follow the digital wallets. That's Scott Bessent has been taking them down right, left, and center. And then when the U.S. threatened UK's ability, to have us at their backside, right? Because their military is scrapped.
Right.
They had to start playing along. And this year, they have been sanctioning and they've been taking actions and they've been taking people down. I mean, that last one is a UK link itself. It's from the UK government. You see, government of UK.
July,
UK sanctions.
13th of July, okay.
This was just 10 days ago.
Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper said, despite repeated warnings, Iran has continued its attempt to undermine the safety and security of the UK through its use of criminal networks and proxy groups.
Right.
So, in short, UK is fed up with these.
Well, because you've got a public in the UK that is just on the edge.
They've been
right?
riddled,
They're ready to combust over there.
Yep.
If the UK government doesn't do something, they're in a worse situation because we're now talking a civil war. And they're not going to make it through the civil war.
This is why Musk had that interview with that woman of the economic, can't remember the name of the magazine. Economist. Yeah, the Economist. Yeah. Was because of his language and whatnot. But says here, that's we We are clear that we will not tolerate foreign-backed threats that target the UK or our allies.
Bully for them.
Really?
We've only had them doing that for 50 years.
Where the hell were you when things popped off with us, huh? You guys shut down your bases. So zip it.
Right.
Disingenuous.
Bully for them. So, but the fact is they did take these actions. And I don't think they had a choice.
Yeah.
Personally.
That's interesting.
The American market is worth more to the member countries of the EU.
Yes.
This is why I keep pointing to Brussels.
Yes.
Brussels is screwed.
Yes.
They tried to make it that the member countries could not work with the U.S. And basically the member countries said, screw you.
Yep.
And now you've got even the UK saying it. Because the American market is their lifeline.
Speaking of Switzerland, what was it? I just read something yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
1 month before the 2020 election, the parent company of Dominion received $400 million from communist China through an investment bank in Switzerland. Did you hear about that?
No.
This is 1 month before the 2020 election. The parent company of Dominion received $400 million from communist China through an investment bank out of Switzerland. Again, it always goes back to Switzerland.
Yeah, and that would be Hansborg Weiss is facilitating that, right?
Hansborg Weiss, yes.
So you get, but then again, look at the Cuban report, right?
Yep.
All of it's coming out.
And by the way, Switzerland has banned the niqab and burqa and refuses to recognize Islam as an official religion. Don't you find that interesting? That happened out of Switzerland, where the EU is based out of, where, Davos, the IMF, the World Economic Forum, all taking place in Switzerland. But yet they banned the burqa and the niqab and refused to recognize Islam as an official religion. That's funny, because they're certainly allowing England to go down to allow this to destabilize England from within, but not Switzerland. Okay. Well, I find that interesting. Let's see here. Also, where else are we? 12 straight nights of strikes. Iran begging for a deal. Congress calling it an unauthorized war. Are we heading toward full-scale boots on the ground?
That happens every time he throws a bomb their way. We got to keep that shadow war thing going, because it's fracturing the GOP MAGA group. And so that noise is being used to keep that fracture from healing. That's where that's coming from.
All right, that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Got to keep that destabilized.
Right.
That's a good way to go about it from their eyes. All right. Well, check this out, guys.
So I got something to share with you real quick.
Okay, please.
So you know who Jim Cramer is, right?
Yep.
You know, the idiot that always, everything he says, you do the opposite?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Love him.
He put out at 9:15 this morning, or yesterday, 2 days ago.
Okay.
9:15 on the 22nd. Clarity Act will never pass.
The Clarity Act? He said that?
He said the Clarity Act will never pass. Thune is pledged to bring it to the floor starting Monday.
Whoa, the Clarity Act. Are you serious?
Serious.
Whoa. I don't know what I'm more excited for, that or the SAVE Act.
I know, right?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
That makes me want to do the pee dance. Shout out to Salty Old Fart. Thank you for the cookie. Says good morning, Arm. Friends. Good morning, Salty Old Fart. Is it morning? Yes, it is early. as early morning as it gets. Hey, shout out to Artist61 also with a cookie, and Mickey with a can. Hi, Sean and Feisty. Thank you guys for your work. Thank you, Mick. Much love and peace to you as well. Thank you, Useless Crayon Eva, for the cookie, my friend. God bless.
I just dropped Kramer's tweet for you, Ganda. And I dropped the link to show Thune said he'll bring it to the floor starting Monday. They want it passed by the August 7th recess.
Okay.
So, Kramer, our favorite lemon head, right?
Yeah, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, Kramer.
Anything Kramer says, do the opposite. When he says sell gold, buy it.
What's he the host of again?
Is it CBS?
CNBC, I think.
CNBC.
Yeah. Senator Loomis, ethics, other provisions in Crypto Clarity Act to be further discussed.
Monday the 27th.
Cynthia Loomis. The U.S. Senate Digital Asset Market Clarity Act draft is still open to changes on a number of big-ticket items that include its government ethics
So remember,
section.
it passed out of the committee. Clarity is out of the committee. It's waiting for it to come to the floor. So these are floor debates that Thune has committed to starting Monday. And Thune wants this done by the recess, which is August 7th. And, it just kind of lines up with Dan Scavino's post. You saw it. Where behind him is a black swan.
Oh, yes. It says here, beyond the president, the ethics agreement would apply to any... This is why... All right, this would explain why I've been seeing a lot lately, leftist mainstream media talking about Trump covering his crypto.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to accuse him of making billions.
As if he's sitting behind a computer in the Oval Office making
Can
deals.
you picture Trump buying any kind of... No. Barron? I think Barron is well...
Barron's brilliant.
He's going to be a mega billionaire, and there's no doubt about that. He's been involved in this from almost its beginning.
He's going to be smarter than his father someday.
He already is pretty damn whippy. So I'm pretty impressed with him, and he's a numbers guy to boot.
So again, President Donald Trump's crypto business ties include a meme coin company that issues a coin named the president and the stable coin issuer.
Banks are trying to stall, and like I said, keep in mind, don't pay attention to the wrangling, because I think, and it's my opinion, I get it, but I think the wrangling is more to bring it to that edge, right?
Yep.
You got Japan collapsing right now. You got stress in the yen is collapsing. You've got all this shit happening on the global economic stage that's not being reported on. But we've been following it closely.
Okay. Yeah.
Starting with Trump's 111 missiles shot from the Islamic Republic of Japan.
111?
Well, the 111 is the 111 intervention from 1998. I told you about that on the show a few days ago.
Yes.
So you go there. China tomorrow, as of today, actually, they've already done it. They've now banned paper gold contracts.
No way.
So if you go into the Q post and you look in the why and the where, the two, you got the financial district and you got okay, that's this, right? That's the speculators. So the yen collapsing is due to speculators. The paper gold is speculators.
Okay.
You got Bissett saying we're not going to manipulate. So the only solution is to pass a law that fixes the problem. And then you've got, there was another thing I can't, they're in a buying frenzy on Wall Street right now.
A buying frenzy?
A buying frenzy. And they're not even buying the insurance in case their trades tank. They're just in this buying frenzy.
What?
Yeah, I've shown you that too. Let me grab you that one, because that's also a really interesting situation.
Yeah.
Cancel.
Wow. That's a pretty good, strong indicator right there.
Here's look at this picture. It's sending. There it is. So that was put out by Zero Hedge about a week ago. And of course it's behind a paywall, so I had to do some research to figure it out. And so this is, we're in Black Swan territory with this, okay? So there's the research that I added to that. But with what's going on with the yen, what's going on with Trump talking about the 111 intervention, you've got a situation where there's a global stress, right, on the financial system. And you got Kramer saying, Clarity Act will never pass. I think it's hysterical.
Yeah.
I really do. We're actually watching an historical situation materialize right in front of us. Because there is only one solution. Remember, if Japan and they're dumping U.S. securities, they need a place to go. They need a home. Or our economy starts to get affected, right? I mean, it's logical.
Yep.
So what do you do with them? You make them an asset.
Right.
You blockchain them.
Great point. Great point. Clarity Act will never pass.
Yeah, there he is.
You know what, Jim?
No, I love no.
All right,
no.
Jim, keep talking.
Let him keep talking, because every time he talks, we get some guidance.
All right, that's fair. But you can get just enough guidance by watching Nancy Pelosi's stock trades daily.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
So it's interesting because now you got all this stuff coming out here with the weaponized government. And don't tell me you're not excited when John Solomon says they're working on major conspiracy cases to include treason.
Yes.
I know. Didn't that just make you go, ooh?
Oh, gosh. I was so happy when I heard him say that. Yes.
You got all giggly, didn't you?
Of course I did.
So we're looking at two sides of the triangle right now in such a flux. It's amazing.
You are 100% right, which is exactly why I want to go to this next quick topic. Spend a little bit of time listening to this, and then we'll talk about it. And we just got rated from the NPC show. What's up, brother? Shout out to the NPC show. And shout out to Neo as well. Welcome in, Patriots. Thank you for the raid. All right. Jack Smith. Is it possible that he could face perjury or conspiracy charges?
Okay, so what's interesting about Jack Smith is who he's got in his circle that are already referred for criminal referral.
Yep.
Yeah, the answer is absolutely.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't been. Actually, I think he already has been. But
yeah, he's very irrelevant. But it's going to be interesting to see how they use this moving forward, because he should have been discredited long ago. Like,
right.
He should have been discredited within days.
Well, the judge did. The judge discredited him, said he was not legal.
So why did he continue?
Prevented Volume 2 from being released. This is why we got the idiot. What was her name? Down in the Middle District of Florida, stealing Volume 2 to give it to SPLC, remember?
Yes. Oh, my gosh. Yes. All right. Well, let's listen to Mike Davis. I think he's got a couple things he wants to add.
Well, Jim Jordan did a criminal referral yesterday to the Justice Department on Biden special counsel Jack Smith. Jack Smith, as we know, was this rogue political partisan operative, this Scud missile launched by Biden to try to take out Trump. And as part of Jack Smith's investigation of Trump and his aides and his allies, Jack Smith subpoenaed the text messages, the content of the text messages from 44 members of Congress, including 20 senators and 24 House members, including the Speaker of the House, the number 2 in the House. I mean, it's a big deal to subpoena a congressional members' telephone records, their text messages. They did it for 44 of them, and then Jack Smith didn't apparently have the taint teams in place, the filter teams in place to make sure they're doing a review for privilege, which is a big problem. And then Jack Smith got asked about what he did in those investigations as part of his December 17th, 2025 deposition in front of the House Judiciary Committee. And Jack Smith, according to Jim Jordan, the chairman's criminal referral, lied. He provided materially false statements to Congress, at the House, because Jack Smith said that he only got the toll records of these phone calls, meaning to, from, phone number, duration, and not the content. Well, according to this criminal referral, that is a lie. Jack Smith lied because he did get 44 members of Congress's text messages. And so that's why we have this criminal referral. When you have these criminal referrals,
we talked about this on
I've helped
Tuesday.
draft these for then Chairman Chuck Grassley, the Senate Judiciary Chairman, when I worked on the Kavanaugh confirmation, and we sent criminal referrals. When you lie to congressional investigators like this, like Jack Smith is alleged to have done here, according to Jim Jordan's letter, you could be charged with perjury because it's under sworn testimony under his deposition, presuming it was a sworn deposition. You could be charged with false statements, 1,001 false statements. You can also be charged with obstruction of a congressional investigation. And if you did this with others, you can be charged with conspiracy. So this is a very serious criminal referral, and the Justice Department should and must treat this seriously.
Mike, it is very serious. I mean, and the lie is serious, but he lied because what they did is so over the top. My question is, you saw McCabe just right up in your grill as soon as it happens. The frustration with the War Room Posse, who are obviously huge fans of the Viceroy in Article 3 and others, and obviously the president, is it appears that when something happens to Congress, immediate action is taken, and we're kind of on a path to get this thing sorted. Yet McCabe, who sat there and cried, I think it was on CNN, cried on CNN right after President Trump won. He says, we're having discussions about leaving the country. He's not only walking around scot-free, he's in our grill saying, hey, guess what? Here's our plan. We're not gonna cooperate with anybody. Screw you. Is it take only something that happens to the aristocracy up on Capitol Hill for action to be taken? Or are we going to get serious about getting guys like McCabe off the streets, sir?
I hear you, and I agree. I know that Joe DeGenova is aggressively pursuing the grand conspiracy down in the Southern District of Florida, according to these news reports. But we need to get moving. We need to get indicting. There's no question that Jack Smith should be indicted and face criminal prosecution and put him in prison, because what Jack Smith did is he politicized and weaponized our Justice Department to take out a political enemy, Donald Trump, right, and his aides and his allies, and he went after members of Congress. This is a serious violation of the separation of powers. You can't have the Justice Department just willy-nilly spy on members of Congress, 44 of them, including senators, including House leaders. And there has to be accountability here. And frankly, I don't care if a D.C. jury ends up finding him not guilty at the end of this process. I don't care if it's a hung jury. I want Jack Smith to go through this process, because what he did was criminal. He must face severe legal, political, and financial consequences for it to send a deterrent to these other lawfare Democrats, these other bad actors like McCabe, the former deputy director of the FBI, so they understand that if you do this, you will face consequences. If they get away with this under the Trump Justice Department, the Democrats will come back mercilessly the next time Democrats control the White House.
It's
So I got something to talk about this. First of all, if you go back to Grassley, on the Senate floor, he said, and this is a quote for him. He said, where is it?
Do you want the share screen?
No. I'm just going to read it. But he actually said he could name 10 reasons, and he named off these programs. And I'll give you 10 examples of how this information has been hidden and how our efforts have brought it to light. Crossfire Hurricane, Arctic Frost, Plasmic Echo, Round River, Clinton Foundation, Rampart 12,
Round River.
the Biden family investigation, the Clinton Annex, the Durham Annex, and the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. Those are 10 things. He went on to say, and there's many more. That's in his congressional record. So when he said that, and what I showed you on Tuesday lined up all of those, but there's others. He didn't mention them. So now take that to the Middle District of Florida with DeGeneva, Southern District of Florida, I think primarily. But his office is pretty much all of Florida. But nevertheless, take that into what he just said. Solomon said the identical thing last week about there being this grand conspiracy case, which includes treason, and they're referring Jack Smith. So if they're referring Jack Smith, remember when it came out DeGeneva was pulling apart the smaller conspiracies?
Yes. Yeah, he was breaking them up into smaller cases.
So that's the Nikki Flores, Lisa Monaco one we know was an investigation, which was confirmed to be being investigated. And the fact that they released their names on Thursday of last week.
Grand jury investigation?
Paul Sperry confirmed it. He's been able to confirm that they are definitely under investigation.
Greatest sauceless reporter.
Actually, he's not as bad as you think.
I know he is, but he doesn't usually drop sauce is all.
Yeah, he does if you go to his website.
Okay.
Nevertheless, he has confirmed that there is an investigation, but logic tells you, because when Trump threatened Microsoft with the Pentagon contracts, Microsoft, quote, had nothing to say, which means there's a gag order, right? That's an investigation. That's confirmed.
That's certainly one indicator, yes.
If they're mentioning these names, that's an indictment that's been levied. And if we're pulling apart the smaller conspiracies and we're working on a grand conspiracy and Jack Smith's name's coming up, this goes right at the DOJ and FBI. This is right up there. And when Grassley says, and I can name many more, that's awesome to me.
Wow.
In fact, I can.
That's
he
awesome.
actually wrote letters about it.
Yeah.
He did a speech on the floor. I've got his speech. In fact, I hot linked his actual link to where he said this on the Senate floor. It's awesome what's been going on.
Oh, that is interesting. Thank you, by the way, to Q Fan Addict for a $5 Rumble rant.
Thank you.
Q Fan Addict says the $400 million laundered money to Dominion. That's right, through Switzerland. Sounds eerily similar to the settlement amount Fox paid to Dominion. I think it was
in 2022.
Yeah, when they sued Fox for election slander. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't remember what Fox was. They did settle really quick.
Yeah, Fox settled, and Tucker Carlson was released.
Then fired. Yeah, which find that interesting.
That's always interesting.
Speaking of Tucker, I've got an interesting clip that everybody's not going to want to miss of something that Tucker just did recently.
Oh, goody.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I don't see any reason why we can't play it now. Thank you again, Q Fan Addict. And Pilled. Again, shout out to Useless Crayon Eater. Love that name for the cookie. Salty Old Fart. We got on the leaderboard right now. Catherine B is in the lead with 1.6K. Dixie in second place with 800, and Sean Joe is in third place with 500. All right. Now, this brings me to... Here it is. This might be the most personal interview I've ever done. I talk about all of it here, getting off social media, getting off everything, going back to church, what I believe I was shown, and why I'll never go near that again. Some of it I'm still not ready to talk about. Thank you at Tucker Carlson for having me back out there. I really enjoyed the conversation. Full episode release on the TCN network tomorrow. And here is that conversation, Feisty. that needs to be talked about.
This is interesting.
I never want to involve myself in the U.S. political system or vouch for any man again.
Thank you very much.
Oh, why not? Who did you vouch for? Was it Donald Trump?
And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
And it is.
And then there was this period where you, I don't know, got involved, but you got closer to the political process. And now you're saying you don't want anything to do with that.
No, I never. I just don't.
Why?
Everything is a lie.
And then Trump, the last hope, winds up aligning with Chuck Schumer. At that point, you have to ask yourself, is there a political solution to the problems that we have? I don't know the answer, but I'm starting to think maybe there isn't.
I became obsessed with evil, like obsessed with it. I just got back from a Ibogaine 5-MeO experience. Didn't go great. Found hell.
Hell.
And I don't want to go too far into it because I don't want to have a meltdown on your show, but
it's okay.
This is what it's like on the receiving end.
I interviewed this guy, Pete Blaber. Have you heard of Pete Blaber? No. Pete Blaber was a colonel over at Delta. They sent him some imagery, and Pete said, I don't want to hear what you guys think this stuff is. Me and my guys will figure it out. We'll get it back to you, and then you'll have an unbiased. We don't want to be swayed.
This decontamination truck looks a hell of a lot like every water truck we've seen driving around in Iraq. And if you were driving 40 miles out into the middle of the desert to a place that doesn't have any water, wouldn't you take a water truck with you? And he goes, next thing, these air purification systems, doesn't that look like the same thing we got on top of our buildings, an HVAC system?
What Delta, arguably the best special operations unit in the world came up with that's a water truck, huge water truck, because they're in the middle of the desert and they need water. And that big air filtration unit on the roof is an air conditioner.
Because they're in the desert.
And the sentry guard outside is dude taking a piss. And he sent it in, and they totally discarded everything and launched the invasion. Everything is a lie. Everything you fucking know is a lie. Everything you think you know, everything in the history books, it's all fucking lies.
If there are supernatural forces that are evil acting on people, which there are, and I've experienced them personally, then that's proof of God.
It's not faith to me anymore. It's fact. It is 100% fact.
So when you look ahead, you became one of the most successful people in this business, amazingly.
The Sean Ryan Show is the #1 podcast in the world as of October 2nd, 2024.
So there's only one truth. I'm just not really interested in anything else anymore because it's all garbage. It's that, black book right behind you, the Holy Bible.
That's the one truth.
That's it.
Did you know that there were supernatural forces, demons that could act on people? Did you grow up knowing that? Did you think about that?
I definitely didn't grow up knowing that.
Your wife said that God is always talking to you, but you don't hear it because you're distracted. Do you think that's true?
Yeah. That I let all the praise and all that get to me.
The idea that you know stuff that civilians don't know, that's a kind of arrogance and lie.
Yeah. And then I think it happened again. I got too wrapped up in it.
Yeah, we've all been there.
You see all these people get up there and they get addicted to this fucking power that they do not have.
Right.
And it's like you think you're so powerful. But you can't even
smart.
You can't even say what's on your mind. Like you're powerless. You have no fucking power.
Because they can't say what they really think.
Yeah, they can't say what they won't even stand up for what they believe in.
Did you see what they were just showing? Did you guys see? All right. Notice the imagery here, guys. No, all right, there's a couple things I want to point out. Hey, we're getting raided by Tron. The Tron on. Welcome in, Patriots. Welcome. We're covering a little bit of likely controlled opposition, maybe? Question mark?
No kidding.
Notice the declarations. Right, I always like to point at the red flags, the indicators that I always find, and that's one of them being declarations.
Right.
He had already stated on several occasions, I know this for a fact. I know this to be a fact. A fact. Red flag. Hello, red flag. And then, again, how propaganda works, right? Notice the imagery coming right up right here.
Yeah, we've all been there.
FBI Director Kash Patel plans a trip to Russia.
You see all these people get up there and they get addicted to this fucking power that they do not have.
As he is saying, what did Sean just say? Addicted to this power that they do not have, as Tucker is playing what? Kash Patel in the background.
Yeah. What are they telling you?
What are they telling you?
They're trying to they're trying to flip the story.
Yeah, what are they trying to tell you? Right.
They're trying to flip the story.
Right.
Oh, it's like you think you're so powerful. But you can't even
smart.
You can't even say what's on your mind. Like you're powerless. You have no
What are you talking about? Why don't you be specific, Sean?
Fucking power.
Because they can't say what they really think.
Yeah, they can't
says who?
Say what they won't even stand up for what they believe in, man.
Like what? Give an example.
Look at
none.
There's no examples.
I am so tired of this.
Yeah.
Because the predictive programming, the Q movement at least, should be well aware of this. We had how many movies?
Right.
How many videos?
Right.
That predicted who the good guys and the white hats and black hats were?
Right.
And what are we finding? Everything you knew was a lie. Flip it, right? 180?
Right.
So he's saying the same thing. He's using very Q-ish language to do the exact same thing.
Feisty, nailing it.
And now you're looking at our current administration being black hats.
Right. Nailing it.
And what is the thing I keep warning everybody? Throw the damn black hats, white hats out the window.
Yeah, those gray
because
areas.
by putting it into these binary choices, you're missing the story.
Well, you know what? I'm so glad you brought this up, Feisty, because I think it's entirely possible. All right, now, if we look at this surface level, I think it's fair to say, okay, this seems like this could be an op. This is a counter op, or
it's a counter psyop. Yeah,
it seems like a psyop or a counter psyop, right? But these seem to be factions of former MAGA that have turned against Trump. It seems
they black-pilled, right?
They seems like they black-pilled, but to what Feisty's saying, though, and I don't know if this is what you're saying, but I'm going to leave a door open to the possibility that they're doing something else that we don't know about. Now, what is that other thing? And the reason I say this is because, Feisty, anybody that you know has become red-pilled, do they ever go the opposite direction? And if they do, how often? If they do,
I've seen a lot of people that were quote red pilled, which I think is a stupid moniker as well. That black pilled and maybe became gray pilled. Right? Rarely did they come back, or actually come back. They may say it, but then you listen, you watch, and you say, "Oh no, you haven't changed at all." So I'm going to have to say I haven't seen many return.
I'm going to reserve my final conclusion about this topic and these individuals till right before the midterms. Because what if it turns out, because I can arguably put somebody else in this category. You know who? General Flynn.
Yes. I've been doing the same thing. And I don't understand everything that's going on, but I do recognize when you're trying to frame anybody at this point that is trying to tell me what to think.
Right.
Fight me.
Huge red flag.
I've had it.
Yeah. Those days.
I've actually had it. I got a brain. I didn't fall off a turnip truck yesterday.
Yeah.
And I can make my own decisions as to who I think I should or should not support. But when you're taking a narrative about good versus evil and painting the current administration as the evil,
yep,
I'm not even going to listen to you anymore. I'm not. You're done in my book.
Yep.
Because it's absolutely absurd, number one, when you see some of the things, the amazing work that they've been doing. Well, I can't do it anymore. I'm beyond angry anymore about people. Feisty, what do you think about this? Feisty, did you see this? What do you think about that? And it's like, okay, if these stories were real, it would be all over everywhere. Let's employ the gray matter, right? Let's put it to good use.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you do that, garbage like this shouldn't land anywhere in your conscious thinking, because that is absolutely predictive programming sitting in front of you.
Well said. Well said.
I try.
Utah 101 says General Flynn is my biggest disappointment. Hold off on that one for a minute.
I would step back on General. There's something going on.
Certainly.
There's something going on.
He's been kind of MIA from social media until very recently.
He was an MIA on his own channel, though, and he's been putting out articles right, left, and center. I've got a lot of questions, just like a lot of people, about some of the things he's saying.
He's wearing a shirt that says demand accountability.
I agree with that, but he's starting to go after the Trump.
You and I talked about this a while back, though, remember?
Mm-hmm.
About the accountability side of things, right?
Right.
That he may be running some sort of...
that pulls people out of the shadows.
Yeah. And that's why I said I'm reserving my conclusion until
and the
before
same
the
thing
midterms.
with Tucker, the same thing with Sean Ryan. Here's my problem. It ain't me that needs to be held accountable, so it ain't me that needs to listen to them. I don't have to hear it.
Yeah,
and I don't have to sit here.
Audience?
I'm not the target audience.
Right.
So it's no
but
longer.
Who is?
I think we know who a good part of who they are.
Because I would argue again.
Because I will
Candace
argue with you.
Is the same audience.
Right, I agree. But I would argue with you that many of the enemy from within was firmly planted inside of MAGA.
Yeah.
So, you know, you've got to
I
learn
just can't
to
get the
see
pictures
this.
of Tucker and Trump out of my head going to football games, Army,
Right.
Navy football. I can't get those
And
out
I
of my head.
agree with you, but again, I'm done listening to the predictive programming that is clearly telling you it's the Trump administration that's bad.
Right.
So could it be looking for whistleblowers? Could it be looking for sleepers? Absolutely. But you know what? I'm not one of those.
Yeah. Because that's noise.
That's noise then.
It's not signal, it's noise. Yeah.
Right.
The shit that's happening. You're going to sit here and tell me the fucking country's going great while the president of the United States kids are buying private islands with bunkers?
Right now, I'm working with my husband. We have this 1,400-acre island in the Mediterranean.
They're hiding the full picture of the Epstein files. They're hiding the full picture of everything.
They're hiding it?
Is anybody over there talking about the petrodollar? No. Is anybody talking about the schizophrenic leadership that we're dealing with right now? Like the shit with Canada? Like, could you imagine like doing business with the U.S.?
Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous.
So, Sean, I wonder why you won't address the Monroe Doctrine. Huh?
You know, I have a member of my chat that's been DMing me, and without giving away the situation, please offer prayers up for that family. They're in deep hurt. Deep hurt. Nevertheless, I was asked a direct question: is Canada and Mexico working with the U.S.? And I gave them a very honest answer. I said, yes, they are. And I gave them some historical background. And the America Project is very much in play. We've been working with Mexico for years in special ops, training their military to deal with the cartels.
Yeah.
This year's NDAA will formalize what was once a quiet set of teams. It will now formalize it this year. And because of what Canada has been recognizing, and the question was asked, you know, they were both with Trump at the World Cup finale
Right.
It's like, yeah, because that's how Trump does his meetings, in case anybody hadn't noticed. But it's like, no, you watch this America Western Hemisphere coalition that he's building is very much in play, very much of what's going on. And you know what I don't hear? Anybody talking about it.
Yes. All the wins, all the victories, they hyper-focus.
All of it. You got this jackass telling you that Trump's a psychotic SOB. But we're actually watching the world change right in front of us.
Yep.
For the better.
And he was having all those kind of guests on before, where now all these guests, all of their shows, their guests are limited to each other now.
Right.
They're not having...
They don't have all these outside people anymore.
It's
the same echo chamber over and over and over again.
Yep.
I see it too.
And if we're not careful, so this is where I encourage really a lot of discernment, guys. Right now, it's in full gear. It seems to be in full gear against Trump.
Right.
All sides.
And knowing that there's this heavy push to rip MAGA apart.
Yep.
This is where I encourage people, know where you stand, stay with it.
Yep.
Put this kind of noise away. You know your president. We've now had many years to watch him.
Boom. 1,000%. You know your president. You guys know everything you voted for, you're getting. With the, and for those who think maybe, okay, but there could be a little bit more accountability. To that, I would say, guys, patience, okay? You want real justice, okay? You don't want temporary justice. You want real, complete justice. Okay, there's fraud that have been, indicted. People have been indicted time left and right regarding fraud, and that's still occurring on a daily basis. You got election fraud that is being dealt with, which is again another thing that they're not talking about. They're not talking about voter ID. How come, Tucker? Why aren't I hearing you talk about how hard Trump and the cabinet are pushing for voter ID?
Or cleaning out the country.
How are you not talking about how the
Explain
borders...
to me how you can recover over $2 trillion in fraudulent behavior and call him a psychotic SOB.
Yeah.
How do you square that?
And for somebody who's very militarily savvy, you'd think he'd know a thing or two about contra networks as well, or shadow fleets, or shadow banking for that matter. He's had plenty of guests on that have gotten into these topics, but those are all conveniently through lie of omission. Right, it's all been
right.
By ignoring it, it's another way. It's another form of lying, right?
This is why I get so angry with these kinds of segments, because without even realizing it, they're shifting people's thinking because they're watching more than they're hearing.
And that's why I'm playing this right now, so
I'm glad you did, because it needs to be done because we see. Did you know 90% of our communication is non-spoken? That's a fact.
Well, that's why memes were so effective.
That's why memes are effective. That's why videos with subtle, subliminary content is so effective.
Yep.
90% of our communication is visual.
Now,
and they know this.
Yeah.
And regardless of what you believe or what you think, you're being reshaped when you watch this, when you consume this.
Right.
So your answer is stop consuming it.
So, could it be kayfabe?
Yeah.
Could it be?
Yeah, it could be.
My logic side of the thinking wants to say no.
I don't know that we know enough. Yeah.
And even that's meh. Why? Because I've seen it affect real people in real life. I've had friends. And I've said this story time and time again. I had two friends that went dark and went anti-Trump, that were pro-Trump. both of them.
But you see,
he sold out to the Zionist Israel.
Here's my problem. Here's my problem with that kind of an individual, and I don't know these people.
They're both brilliant. One of them's really
whether
brilliant.
they are or they not. That kind of
way.
That's conditional loyalty, right? That kind of conditional loyalty. Nobody is ever going to do 100% of the time everything you agree with.
Yes. This is why
nobody's going to do that. And Trump is not going to tell you what his plan is, because he's not going to let the enemy know.
He's too savvy for that.
If you're going to walk away because you don't understand something that's going on,
that sounds me.
And allow yourself to be consumed with the anti-Israel, for example, or any of this other stuff, you're a conditional or fair weather friend.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, shit or get off the pot. Know where you stand. We've watched this man for over 10 years.
Yeah. Maybe they
he's never lied to us.
Never.
Has he embellished?
Sure, he's the embellishing chief.
He does it well.
Yeah.
Does he say things with the intention of creating friction? Yeah. He came in to do that. He's the great disruptor.
Right.
That's what his job was to do.
Yeah.
So, but if you know this about him and you know that he seeds this anti-narrative, all you need to know is he's doing it for a reason, and you don't need to be the consumer. He's not looking your name up in the phone book saying, let me see if I can red pill trigger them.
Yeah.
That's just not happening. He's got a very, and it always turns out, right?
Yep.
If you just wait just a few days, we have a hard, fast rule even in my own chat room.
48 hours.
72 hours, folks.
72
hours. Why? Because something always comes out that goes,
it always
that's what
happens
that was
too.
about.
It always turns out that way. And I would say too is, not everybody's having the conversation though. That, like you said, it's a lot of times it's the imagery, it's the soundbite,
right?
And a lot of people will consume this content, but if you're not consuming it in a group manner like we are right now, where we can talk about this stuff, but the majority, I would argue, are not watching it in a group setting like this.
Well, even if they are, they're listening to the content,
exactly,
which is not the point of that segment. The content, what they're hearing, is not the point of that segment.
Right. So
what they're seeing is.
Yeah.
And I don't like it myself.
Yeah.
But it's the way things tend to be now. And like I said, just know who their audience is. And unless you can look in the mirror and say you're the target,
right,
I would advise you to put it down. This is that point, if you go through the Q post, where we're in that extreme chatter.
Be careful who you follow.
And you need to just put down what's too extreme to reason through.
Yeah. When I hear hyperbole and rarely, if ever, any substance to back up your hyperbole, then you're going to get me to question it, just like the last.
And all you have to do, this drives me crazy. I work real hard on the presentations I do. You know that.
Yep.
You realize I put damn near a book together with all my sources. You know this, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he can make a comment without one iota of a piece of information that supports the comment, and people take it as fact. What the hell? I mean, it's like, are you kidding me?
Well, that's how unlimited hangouts work, right? Is they gain the trust of their audience.
I get held to account. Where's your sources, Feisty? I got a 60-page document sitting here. I did another dig 80-page document.
All Feisty does is sources.
That's all I do is my sources.
She does. She is the most sauced researcher I have ever come across in my entire life.
But I find these sources, I report on these sources, and then I get asked or I get told, "Oh, you're partisan." You've heard me say some things that are anything but partisan,
you're
right?
gonna get that. You're gonna get one or two ignorant like that from now and then.
Where's your sources, Feisty? That's the big one. Where's your sauce? Which is an old Patriot Soapbox Days term.
So, Sean, Ryan, and Tucker, where are your sources for the rest of this?
The success in our first term.
Of course, who doesn't want more knowledge? Isn't the whole point of this business to find out how things work?
What are you talking about, dude? Oh, you're showing this dude? Come on. The
Right?
artist known as just...
Okay, so you do
I don't want any
realize
part
the
of that
Tate
anymore.
brothers just
You're
got arrested and he had them both on, right?
Right.
describing the phone as actively evil. I mean, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, one person showed me, what is that?
It's an apple.
Yeah, with one bite out of it.
Adam and Eve
Yeah, Adam. Yeah, we know all about this.
didn't get ejected from the garden because
How did you go from what you were just talking about to this?
of their ignorance, but because of their knowledge.
Okay, so wait, what's the benefit of that comment? Who didn't know that Apple's symbol was hearkening to
Right.
Adam and Eve? Who didn't know that?
Right.
What was the intent of bringing that up in this segment?
To draw in this crowd, this audience, to lock them in, right? Right? Would you agree?
It is to hone in that anything you do on social media is evil.
Yep.
Put it down, put it down. So what are they doing? They're shutting you up from real information, right? They're
Right.
shutting, if you put down, just like they're doing with AI, it's evil, it's doing this, it's doing that. They are trying to get you to disconnect.
Yep.
What does that normally mean? What about the part where there will come a time where they'll no longer be able to go down the street?
Yep.
What is it? It typically means something's going to drop. And they're doing everything they can to keep a large segment of the population in the dark.
Right.
Well, you know what? I can turn on more lights. I am not in the dark. And I am looking forward to watching this come crashing down. And it seems like it must be pretty soon to be hearing about treason charges being developed. Just saying.
And this is why I like to do little thought exercises, or
You do that a lot to me.
I know, but I like to do it though because I don't want to be in an echo chamber. I really badly don't want to be in an echo
Right.
chamber, which is why when in a time of information and fifth generation warfare, I like to. This is why, for those of you OGs, you're probably sick of hearing me say it now at this point, but this is why I encourage people to have a different opinion about things and to offer it, right? Because I have found that when we say that, when we say, listen, guys, we're not an echo chamber here. You're, as long as you want the same, if you genuinely wish to have the same outcome as I do, as all of us do, then we're friends, we're family. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How we get there, the interpretation of how we're getting there. So, that's where what we're here for. Right. So we try not to be in an echo chamber. And that's why I encourage people to, if you have a different opinion, offer it, but do it, obviously respectfully. I want to show the whole world how you can either agree to agree or agree to disagree at times and still be ride or die friends for life, to show people how it's done and done properly. With civility, and if
sometimes
as I scroll down General Flynn's post as of late, what if ? He's responding to a previous post that says, "What if Russia attacks Europe in September?" Hashtag Tucker Carlson. Hashtag NATO. So. And then
did you see the report that Russia and Germany are about to open up the old Nord Stream?
No.
Why would Russia attack Europe when its client, Germany, is... Because only one of the Nord Stream pipelines blew up, right? Nord 2. Nord 1 was shut down for repairs, and because of the war, the parts that were sent to Canada for repair couldn't be sent back. Well, they're there. They've got them back. They've reinstalled them. Russia is about to open up Nord 1 to Germany. So explain to me why Russia would benefit from attacking Europe.
They wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
What the hell would they benefit?
So why are we even entertaining this hypothetical?
Yeah. Well, this is where General Flynn says, what if, ? A smart analysis of an attack by Russia against NATO and what might result. Pay attention, please. This This now 10 years war is serious business, and our involvement, like it or not, needs to shift from an at the moment to the peacemaker. ATM? From an ATM to the peacemaker.
Yeah, it's been a money pit.
It's been a money pit, right. So, again, to me, gray area. Again, that's where I'm putting this right now until leading up to midterms. When I see, I'll make my final decision around then. Because if they start saying, hey, don't go out and vote, like we saw Candace do last year, then I know where to put these people.
They're all starting to say it now. Don't even bother voting. I just want to cold clock them. The one civil liberty that you should be taking the most advantage of, regardless of the shenanigans that go on in it. Regardless. You should never give up your own civil liberty. And that is to vote. If they're going to steal it or whatever, we have to wait for that to wash out. But as soon as you stop voting,
they won.
You've just bent over.
Yep. That's how you give them the middle fingers, by voting.
Right. So, yeah, everybody was shocked when they heard John Solomon doesn't vote. And they made it about John Solomon not voting the other day, if you recall.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I did hear him say that.
Yeah, he did say that. But rather than talk about what he talked about, John Solomon doesn't vote. That's not a patriot. I mean, it's like, did you not listen to the rest of it? His personal choices, that's on him.
Oh, shit. Well, I wanted to, let's see here. We still got a whole lot more to get into. Let's see. Levitt. Oh, I got Levitt's, Caroline Levitt's speech. Or presser that she gave today.
Oh, that was fiery.
Trump's patience is running out with the Senate.
Yep.
Did you catch this?
Yeah. Well, not the whole thing. I got about 15 or 20 minutes in.
Oof. It's not very long. I think we should play some of it.
Go ahead.
Because she says a couple of good nuggets in here. So she delivered a packed briefing covering President Trump's push for the Save America Act, non-citizens on the voter rolls, the economy, stupid, China's AI threat, the Saudi nuclear deal, women's sports, and the growing influence of communism in the Democratic Party. And as I'm reading down, one person in the comments says, my patience with the Senate ran out months and months ago. Well, one of my favorite quotes that I came up with a few years back was, each and every one of our wants and needs are not mission
critical
requirements, right? So what does that mean? To me, that means, my next question would be, all right, what's the mission? The mission is to beat communism, is to ensure that we are not enslaved forever, to ensure that we have a safe country that does not succumb to globalists. So that means it's a fight. That means there's somebody at the helm leading the charge, and I assume you all are here because you deemed Trump to be that leader. So,
well, you also chose to stand up and fight.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not hiding under your bed.
Exactly right. So let's take a listen to some Caroline Levitt, and I'll stop in about 10 minutes. I'll stop about halfway through, and we'll talk about some things she said.
Dodgers back to the White House to celebrate their second consecutive World Series championship. Tomorrow night, the president will attend the White House Correspondents Association Dinner Round 2, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment alongside all of you, members of the media. The president looks forward to finishing what he started before a despicable assassination attempt derailed the original event back in April, as we all know. And I encourage everyone watching tomorrow night to tune in for what promises to be a very entertaining and memorable evening. Looking ahead to next week, on Monday, President Trump will travel to Michigan to deliver remarks on the economy. On Tuesday afternoon, the president will deliver a tribute honoring the life and legacy of his dear friend, Senator Lindsey Graham, at the National Cathedral. And next Friday, the president will host the 13th cabinet meeting of this term at Camp David, which will be a lot of fun and something different for the cabinet to experience together. Turning now to the economy.
Trump does
a little
not
more
like
than a
Camp
year
David.
after President Trump signed the working families tax cuts into law, this historic legislation continues to deliver on its promise, unleashing a genuine boom for American workers, families, and small businesses. The numbers speak for themselves. This was the biggest tax refund season in American history, with the average refund exceeding $3,400, an 11% increase over the last year.
By the way, shout out to hey Norny with the 5 subscriptions over there at Rumble. Yeah, thank you so much. God bless Norny. And shout out to we getting rated by Spin City over there in Pilled World. Thank you, Spin City. Thank you, Trick Pony, for the can. God bless you guys.
American families and workers claimed $82 billion in direct tax relief, and 97% of filers received a tax cut. More than 29 million workers claimed no tax on overtime. More than 35 million seniors claimed no tax on Social Security. And nearly 8 million workers claimed no tax on tips. Thanks to the other pro-growth provisions in the working families tax cuts, like making the 20% small business tax deduction permanent and delivering 100% expensing for new factories, equipment, and research, the Trump administration is setting up American manufacturers and workers to thrive like never before. Just this week, the National Association of Manufacturers, which is the largest manufacturing association in the country, released a detailed report showing exactly how these tax cuts are driving investment, job creation, innovation, and long-term growth in all 50 states. In fact, I'd like to take a moment to highlight just a few of the real American businesses that this law is helping. Pivot Manufacturing in Arizona made the largest equipment purchase in company history after the Trump tax cuts gave them the long-term certainty to invest with confidence. Winton Machine Company in Georgia is on pace for the best year in its history. Ketchy Inc. in North Carolina was able to purchase new machinery and expand its workforce by 25%. And Juergens in Ohio expanded its brand new facility to increase production. And they're also paying their workers even more thanks to the no tax on overtime provision. These are not just great statistics. These are American businesses with the confidence to grow, hire, and invest right here at home rather than offshoring their jobs. And a business opening or expanding in this country means more opportunity and higher wages for American workers. It means a chance for the American dream for young families, and it means restoring the belief that we can make and build things right here at home. This is what President Trump promised, and it's exactly what he is delivering with the help of Republicans in Congress. Democrats throw around the word affordability a lot, but when they had the chance to vote for the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, they refused. If Democrats got their way, it would have meant the largest tax increase in history, $4 trillion. 90% of Americans would have seen their taxes go up, and it would have been a complete disaster for our economy. That's the Democrat solution to, quote, affordability. It is raising your taxes. So I hope the press will cover more of the massive success stories resulting from the working families tax cuts and point out that every single Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against every single common sense provision that put more money back into the pockets of the American people. Finally, on the energy front, after this briefing, President Trump will participate in a historic ratepayer protection pledge event at the EPA headquarters down the street. The president will expand the ratepayer protection pledge to governors, state legislatures, developers, and power providers to ensure that everyone involved in building and powering data centers pays their own way, instead of passing those costs on to hardworking families. The president will be joined by Energy Secretary Chris Wright, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and several governors who have already signed on to this pledge. And it has already proven to be remarkably successful. Nearly 200 additional stakeholders have signed on down since it was first announced, including utilities, data center developers, public power authorities, co-ops, and state governors. As a result, the pledge now covers 80% of all the power delivered to American homes and businesses. President Trump's bold leadership is turning data centers from a source of concern into engines of growth and opportunity for communities across this country, all while cementing America's dominance over China in the global AI race. The president is ensuring the American people are never left footing the bill so private companies can benefit. Instead, President Trump is leveraging the data center boom to deliver real, tangible benefits for working families and small businesses. So we have a busy day here, rest assured. I'll take some questions. And here in our new media seat, we have Cam from Town Hall. Cam, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off today?
Thank you. Two quick questions. One on Congress. First off, Speaker Mike Johnson passed a continuing resolution earlier this week. John Thune said he wants to work with Democrats to find a way to fund the government. What is the White House's stance on the best way to keep the government funded?
Well, the White House's stance is that the government needs to be funded. This president and Republicans on Capitol Hill from both chambers, as you just mentioned, the House and the Senate Republicans want to keep the government open. We want to work together to find ways to do that, and the White House will continue to have discussions with Senate leadership on the best path forward. I don't want to get ahead of those conversations, but the most important thing for the American people to know is that this president and this White House wants the government to remain open, unlike the Democrats in this town who have been acting as obstructionists. We've seen time and time again, they have chosen to block this administration, to block Republicans in Congress from keeping our government open, which does not help anyone, and it especially hurts the American people who depend on our government remaining open so they can access the critical services that our government provides to so many Americans across the country. So these conversations are continuing, but I think I just made the president's position quite clear.
Thank you. And then on the Saudi Arabian nuclear deal, what steps is the U.S. taking to get Saudi Arabia to sign the Abraham Accords?
Sure. Well, the president himself has spoken on this many times. His Truth Social post this morning, and I will read it for those at home who missed it. The civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material, an important point being made between the Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use, will be approved, but is totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil nuclear facilities, as we all know. Look, this is a condition that the president has spoken about many times with our Gulf and Arab allies. He wants to see these countries sign the Abraham Accord. It was one of the most historic accomplishments of his first term, and it continues to be a long-term goal of his to expand those accords to ultimately come to a place where the Middle East can be a peaceful and stable region. And yes, this deal with Saudi Arabia, the energy deal, is contingent on this condition as far as the president is concerned. So we'll continue to talk with our Saudi counterparts to get the deal finalized and hopefully see them joining the Abraham Accords very soon. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. With regards to the Saudi nuclear deal, why was that condition not mentioned yesterday when the Energy Secretary announced it?
Well, look, the president is always the final deal maker, as you know, and this is something that he has mentioned on numerous occasions going back. I can provide you with those statements, and he has said if they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off. So we'll continue to have those conversations with our Saudi counterparts moving forward.
So the deal is dead if Saudi Arabia doesn't join. And have you any indication that Saudi Arabia is even considering this?
Again, the president has spoken directly with the Saudis about this in numerous conversations in the past, and the administration will continue to engage in those conversations. Alexandra.
Be exempt from international inspections as part of this deal if it moves forward?
I don't want to comment on the specifics of the deal, as we're still, again, as I just said, talking especially about this very important condition that the president raised this morning. Alexandra.
It's so good to see you now that you're back.
You too.
So Treasury Secretary Bessent voiced concern this week on China potentially distilling or stealing AI technology from the United States, kind of manipulating it as their own. Anthropic said that the largest distilling attack happened last month. Do you think this will come up when the president meets with President Xi in September?
Well, I have had the honor of being part of some of the meetings and discussions between President Trump and President Xi, and I can tell you there is always a wide range of topics that come up. I would imagine this would be something. It's of high importance to the president and of this administration to obviously ensure that America remains dominant in the AI race, and we're obviously tracking the particular situation that you mentioned.
I have one more, if you don't mind. This week we've seen some major players in Democrat politics voicing or alerting really on how much influence socialism, communism has had now on kind of mainstream Democrat politics. Is there any chance that the president would be interested or is considering working with left of center Democrats to push back on this?
Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have too many of those left in the Democrat Party. We have literal self-proclaimed communists who are winning elections and who are claiming to be the new leadership of the Democrat Party. I think the vast majority of Americans understand the dangers of communism. Just look at countries all over this world as an example. Cuba right now is a country that is about to be a failed state because of the communist policy.
What did he say?
Of the past several decades. Communism should never be allowed to lead this country, and the president obviously is strictly opposed to it and all the dangers that it reaps. We've seen it happen across the world. Meredith.
He's getting mileage out of the Cuba report, huh?
Yes, that's what my thinking exactly.
Yeah, we're just taking that for a test drive.
Wow.
I expect that Cuba report to get well discussed between now and November.
Agreed. Thank you to Q Fan Addict with the $2 rumble rant. Let's get ready to rumble. Says John Solomon regarding John Solomon not voting. Old school, unbiased reporters holding themselves to be in search of unbiased truth will pledge to public not to be politically influenced, thus pledge not to vote, says Q.
I totally get that. In fact, I've commented about that, but that isn't what the narrative was all over social media when he said that.
Yeah.
They were saying the opposite. It's like, oh dear God, did you not listen to what he was saying?
Well, psyop.
Well, John Solomon, I don't care what anybody says. You can try to disparage him. Yeah. He's been one of the better reporters out there.
He really has been. And we were essentially, with a wink and a nod, encouraged to.
We were encouraged to keep following him.
Right, exactly.
And Sarah Carter is the border czar. I mean, the drug czar, rather. She's gotten taken out of the limelight. And I do understand why that was. John Solomon was the better of the two.
Is there any other thoughts on anything that Caroline has said thus far?
Well, there's a whole lot of winking in there.
There is a lot of winking.
I think the biggest one is the Cuba report. I think that's the biggest one. You know, it's funny because I know a lot of people don't even know that report exists.
The Cuba report. Oh, that's right. Yes,
that 100-page report.
Didn't you send it to me?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Yes,
of course I sent it to you.
The capital of the 21st century communism, prepared by the Department of State.
It came out right after his ministerial last Thursday, which was a bang-up ministerial.
There it is in the chat.
So,
in case somebody wants it. All right. Well, let me, in the interest of time, let me shift gears just briefly here. Because Harmeet Dillon also seems to be putting out a lot of messaging.
She's sending a team to my county. You know, my county, where where the registrar was indicted for election fraud.
Yeah.
I can't imagine why that would be.
So she says, so our Homeland Security has actually informed the state of New Jersey that there are potentially 35,000, not 6,600, everybody. No, 35,000 people on the voter rolls who are not United States citizens who could be casting ballots. And New Jersey has been mum on that. That's why she's now suing New Jersey, everybody.
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. So, Feisty, why did they come out? Why did Mikey Cheryl? Why was she so quick to come to the podium and in a moment of so-called transparency, decided to share especially on the heels of Trump's announcement last week about election fraud.
Mm-hmm.
And I suspect, I have the sneaking suspicion that they're trying to tie this to voter fraud, not election fraud, which...
Okay, so there's two stories there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it is election fraud. I think it is definitely election fraud.
I
when you
agree.
look at the 220 million database that China supposedly got, the fact that they suppressed it, that's election fraud.
Yeah.
So, because the public official would commit it. So what they're doing is they're tying the election fraud story that we're getting out of the White House, you know, the drops, to the state issues showing. Remember when Pompeo told the governors,
yes,
back in 2020,
that's right,
about China keeping an eye on them? So this is all going to come together, and I think between what you're getting out of the White House drops and what Harmeet is doing, they're going to tie that knot here pretty quick.
Okay. All right.
Because now you can't. Voter fraud is a civil issue. Election fraud is
federal.
A federal issue
Yeah,
that could
it's
potentially
national security.
It leads to treason.
Yeah.
So if we don't get to the election fraud piece, we're always going to be pinning it on each other, right? Because voter fraud is when you and I do something, but election fraud is a much more insidious, much more serious crime.
Right.
And I think that's where we're going with this. And then you, at the same time, you're talking about domestic terrorism, cartel activity, and Cuba in the same breath.
Right. Yep.
So, and who, by the way, just in case you forgot, who was Maduro's security team?
Cuban nationals.
Doesn't that sound like hostage situation?
It sounds to me like it's hostage situation. Just like, oh gosh.
Right?
Yeah.
So if that, and then what did we find out? You got Zapatero in Spain. You got, right? All these people that were playing the Cuban game.
Right.
And the Zergahum network getting sanctioned. I love this.
No Faye thinks she jumped out to get ahead. Mikey Sherrill jumped out to get ahead of it, so she didn't get wrapped up in the indictments. Maybe it's a very real possibility.
It's a very real thing.
Yeah.
That is real, but you know what? Once you've committed election fraud, it doesn't go away. You can't get ahead of an indictment that's on your head. So that's that plausible deniability that running for office gives you. Right.
Then you can claim political attack.
You can, right. So, yeah, I just throw that out the window.
Yeah. All right. Well,
but it's just incredible to be watching this happening in real time.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And then having to break. Because at some point you think we should be able to almost predict.
Right.
What's next. You know?
Well, it's sure looking like it, isn't it? I mean,
right. Well, I got a great segment here on this issue with what's going on in New Jersey and Harmeet Dillon herself. So, guys, check this out.
In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6.
And by the way, the software company has a lot to say about what she is saying right now, putting the blame on them.
Yeah, they're going to cry foul that they just got thrown under the bus.
Well, they just did get thrown under the bus big time.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot to say about that.
6,600 people in our state.
Well, would you look at that? After years of being told by Democrats that illegal immigrants would never do anything that's illegal, like voting in our elections, a Democrat just told us that thousands of illegal immigrants are voting in her state. That was New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill earlier this week, confirming another right-wing conspiracy theory and proving that illegal immigrants are in fact voting in our elections. At least 6,600 illegal aliens were registered to vote in New Jersey, with at least 400 actually having the nerve and the arrogance to go out and cast a ballot. Think about that. And isn't it odd that New Jersey is one of 30 blue states that have refused to hand over voter roll information to the Justice Department? Red states have, blue states won't do it. And then you think about why Democrats in Washington are against voter ID, and it all starts to make sense. They want illegal immigrants voting in our elections on the fringes, in key districts, just enough to make a difference. And our next guest has given the state of New Jersey 5 days to hand over their voter data and the names of all of the illegal immigrants who cast ballots in elections, which, by the way, is a federal crime. You can go to jail for that. Harmeet Dillon is the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Justice Department. Harmeet, it's so nice to have you back. 2 questions. How bad do you think this problem is in New Jersey? Do you think it's bigger? And do you think other blue states are doing the same thing?
Her hair is lighter.
Well, thank you for having me. And so let's talk about what she said happened. So they aren't necessarily illegal immigrants, but they're immigrants who are not entitled to vote.
They could be green card holders, but still, that's against the law.
They could be.
Yep.
All illegal. For the voting part is definitely illegal. Number 2, these are people who self-identified when they were getting their driver's licenses as non-citizens. So these are the people who raised their hands and said, don't register me to vote.
Easy stuff to catch.
Wait. That's not a software error.
That's not a software. Right. That's oh my God, that's a registration error.
That's not just a that's a bypass.
Yeah.
Somebody had to bypass that.
But again, they set it up for plausible deniability. So
you remember Act Blue with the field that said it was required, but it wasn't?
Right.
Okay. There you go.
So which conveniently pins it on the individual. They're setting people up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll throw the people under the bus, but the fact that we
gave them the option the option to register, to have them be registered, that's on them, they say.
Well, you got to remember with voter fraud, and to do something like that, they had to knowingly and willingly do that. There has to be an intent. And if they didn't know because they had a green card.
Yep.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
We've already seen where so many of this part of the population has been given completely erroneous information.
Yes.
So now you're going to throw them under the bus, and they already self-identified. That points right back at you.
Yeah.
Because you allowed that to go through.
She really does look different, doesn't she, Kyra? I think it's something to do with the glasses. I think
her hair is lighter.
Doesn't she usually wear glasses?
No.
No?
But her hair is usually darker.
Something looks different about her, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, her hair almost blends into her skin tone.
Harmeet Dillon. No, she doesn't usually wear glasses.
No, she doesn't wear glasses.
I thought for sure it's... Yeah. Anyways.
Registered to vote illegally in New Jersey because there are plenty of people who go and they say I'm a citizen and they register to vote and they're not entitled to. So our Homeland Security has actually informed the state of New Jersey that there are potentially 35,000 people on the voter rolls who are not United States citizens who could be casting ballots. And New Jersey
That's a whole lot more than 6,600.
There it is.
I just sent you, the difference is, I just sent you Harmeet's picture. In her professional government photos, her hair is curly. Here it's completely blown out. It's straight. So there you go.
Yeah, that looks more like her.
That is her.
New Jersey. But the other thing I want to point out to you is this is not just a blue state problem. Some of the 30 states who are resisting giving us their voter rolls include West Virginia, they include Utah, they include Republican states, because this is a bipartisan problem that, frankly, around the country, secretaries of state have not kept their voter rolls up to date. I mean, look at the governor here. She's pointing the finger at some software vendor. It's not the job of the software vendor to verify citizenship. It's the job of the Secretary of State. In this case, that job is held by the Lieutenant Governor of New Jersey, and the vendor just transmits the data. So blaming them is a cop-out.
Okay.
We will be investigating exactly what happened there, up and down,
quickly,
and whose fault it is.
Okay, so you're saying 35,000 maybe in New Jersey alone? Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes,
That's
100%.
unbelievable.
And there are hundreds of
35,000.
that, yes, but let me tell you, there are hundreds of thousands that we've identified just in a handful of states where we've been able to get the voter data from commercial sources, so it isn't 100% accurate. But I can tell you it's scary, and these states are gaslighting their citizens. They go out there, they criticize the president's speech last week on Thursday, where he pointed out what's going on in our country, and this governor herself came out after the president's speech and said he was making it up, he's lying, and she probably knew at that time that this very problem was happening in her own state.
By the way, so the 2000 election, Bush versus Gore, was decided by 537 votes. So what's your message to anyone who says that 400 votes in the state of New Jersey isn't enough to swing an election? By the way, JFK beat Nixon in 1960 by 112,000 votes. So 35,000 votes can swing an election. What's your message to people who say this doesn't matter?
I don't know. So she said this didn't matter because they keep moving the goalposts, Rob. First, this isn't happening. Well, it's happening, but it isn't significant. Now, it's happening, but it didn't sway the outcome of the election. But how does she know that? Because there were numerous municipal elections in New Jersey that were decided by a handful of votes. And as you just said, this happens all the time. And as I just said, there are likely tens of thousands of more people on the voter rolls in this state and others who do not belong and who have been casting ballots. So in the past, the Department of Justice and other administrations hasn't gone hard on the voters who vote illegally, but this Department of Justice is. We've already prosecuted some people, and there are many more in the pipeline. And this is a very serious matter. But one more point is, I've informed all election officials throughout the United States that it is a federal crime for election officials to knowingly allow non-citizens to vote.
Oh, that's interesting.
We'll be very interested to know what they knew and when they knew it in New Jersey, because this is very troubling that this happened years ago, and she's just conveniently saying it now after we sent that letter out.
Okay.
So we'll see who knew what when.
Yeah, this is such a huge problem, and nobody wants to talk about it. So here's the media. The Democrat governor of New Jersey unveils this information earlier this week, and the media went out of their way to say, well, there's absolutely no evidence, to now, well, it's a little bit of evidence. It's not really a big deal. Take a look.
6,600 non-U.S. citizens were mistakenly added to New Jersey's voter roll. She says about 400 of them ended up casting ballots in a recent election. The governor says the error stemmed from a software glitch at the Department of Motor Vehicles. President Trump's speech last week claiming that voting by non-citizens is rampant, even though evidence shows it is actually quite rare.
Did you catch that, Hermit? Even though evidence shows it's actually quite rare. She's reporting that 7,000 people were just registered to vote illegally. I've got about 30 seconds. Do you plan to make an example of these 400 people who voted illegally, arrest them, charge them, and deport them if necessary?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are going after all of these people in all states. This is absolutely critical, and we're not calling it a glitch or error or a mistake. These are people who self-identified that they were not citizens and they voted. And so we're also doing education around that issue as well.
Okay, because that's a deterrent. If you arrest these people and charge them, it's a federal crime. If you arrest these people, that is a deterrent to other illegal immigrants or people with green cards not to vote in our elections. Harmeet Dillon, keep us posted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, she's doing a bang-up job. I've been very, very impressed with her work as of late. And shout out to Cricket Noise. Thank you for the can, Cricket Noise, and always good to see you out there, friend. Shout out to Spin City with a cookie. Says, I got to do this for Spin.
Gotcha, bitch.
LMAO, I have no idea why I like that one.
Gotcha, bitch.
Shout out to Andy B2 with a pair of banger shades. Andy, good to see you, brother. Says, blessings to Arm, the mods, and the fam. Arrived late tonight. Might have missed your opinion on what Thune said to Caroline after this message went out. Trump might lose his mind over that comment. Ooh, what did Thune have to say? Let me see here. I carry a sense of community and belonging. Okay, no, not that. What did he have to say?
Get on the phone.
Did he respond?
Yeah, he said, get on the phone.
Really?
He told the White House to point fingers at Democrats blocking the Save America Act on the floor.
Are you going to put Tom Tillis and Bill Cassidy in that category too?
Well, because they're actually Democrats.
Right. Wow.
Republicans only have 50 votes and face unified opposition.
Hey, thank you, General Beeford, for the can. Much love, brother. And that's, I think, where we ended. Any other thoughts on what Harmeet had to offer?
She came right out and told you election fraud.
So not
she came
voter
right
fraud.
out and told you, you can't hang it on the contractor. When you've got a self-verified or self-identified individual, that's not the software.
Yeah. Certainly no software glitch.
There was an intent to bypass whatever guardrail there was.
Right.
So, and I would love to see the software vendor file a defamation lawsuit. Now, wouldn't that be epic?
Where did I hear that? Who was it? Somebody came out and said that they spoke with the software company. Mm-hmm. And they are obviously denying it.
They are saying it is not a software error.
Yeah.
I don't remember the full statement. Hold on, I'll go looking.
Let me see here. That's not it. That's not it either. Okay. Anyways, well, let me check over here first. Keith Kellogg, no. Caroline, no. Rogue AI attack. Steve Hilton teams up with Spencer Pratt. That's a good one. Oh, California manipulating voter ID ballot initiative, which is interesting.
Yeah, that was that subtle.
Yep. The subtle thing that Bonta, Attorney General Bonta,
tried to push through.
Yep.
Isn't it amazing how quickly that was called out, though? Ballot initiatives typically are worded in such a way that people are confused as to what it's actually asking.
Okay.
You know that, right?
Yes.
That,
yes.
They usually
almost always.
Almost always.
Yep.
So for it to be called out as quickly as it was, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Absolutely. All right, guys. You earmuffs, Feisty. You're gonna, if you need to take a break, right now is the time to do it, because you're not gonna like this story. If this guy will do something like this in broad daylight, then he's well on his path to doing much worse things, especially since the police in Portland, Maine are inept and refuse to collect evidence. It wasn't until a detective contacted her the next day that it was collected.
Oh, no.
I can't hark on the police because the police keep saying, you guys need to go after your council, the city council, and your mayor and the governor because what they did here in Maine is they decriminalized things that they didn't have the right to decriminalize. What am I talking about? The homeless here in Maine are allowed to break and enter and not be charged, are allowed to steal and not be charged, are allowed to do things and not be charged. The homeless.
Good God in heaven.
They've decriminalized crime, actual crime here.
I think we bring back our vigilantes.
So, right. This one's gonna, I hope you guys aren't eating right now. Let me just put it that way. Feisty, you're not gonna want to listen to this one. I promise you. But you do need to hear it, because this is a result of decriminalizing crime. A direct result of it.
I am here to share a very unfortunate PSA that I never thought I'd have to share. But I was walking in Portland, Maine earlier today in broad daylight, and someone threw semen on me. Let's start with that.
Disgusting.
I was on a walk with my headphones, broad daylight, as I do a lot, listening to lectures because I'm in grad school. And as a woman on a walk, I'm always very aware of my surroundings. I was going to cross the street at one spot and decided not to because there was a man standing there. So I was like, I'll just be safe and go to the next one. That backfired. While I was then on my way to the next cross section, a truck with a young man in his early 20s pulled up, but it was in a plaza. So I was like, he's just parking to go to the store. Saw him get out of the truck and looked like he was walking into the store. But then all of a sudden, someone was behind me. That seemed to come out of nowhere, which felt weird. So I paused my lecture, and I couldn't cross yet because it was at a busy intersection, waiting for the light to turn, and he seemed weirdly close to me, and I was on very high alert, but I couldn't really go anywhere. And then all of a sudden, I see a weird motion behind me, and I feel something wet land on the back of my leg, and he walks away very quickly. My immediate thought was something like crazy, like battery acid, and my instinct was take my hand, wipe behind my leg, and then immediately realized that it was semen. I very quickly started running after him, and I said, "What did you just throw on me?" He wouldn't look at me, and then he's like, nothing. Broad daylight, mind you, at a busy intersection, a lovely man pulled his truck across traffic to also confront him, and two other women stopped to help me because they also saw it happen. He drove off. I fucked politeness, and I got a picture of his face and his license plate, and I now know his name. And he's a 22-year-old who lives here in Maine, who appears to have a girlfriend and looks like he lives a normal life. So why he's doing this, I don't know. He was found and charged, but one thing I thought was pretty crazy is the cops didn't want to take the DNA that I had. But listening to enough true crime, I know that someone who's capable of doing something like that in broad daylight can progress to something much more serious in the future. So one of the witnesses, her daughter is in forensics, and she was able to connect me with her, and she told me to collect evidence if I could, and call the sexual assault hotline. So I did that, and I have gloves. I'm a nurse. I went back to the scene where there was still his semen on the ground and the rag that I'd used to clean myself off that the cops refused to take. And I collected them and now have them in a bag, which is also just insane that someone who is already a victim of sexual assault has to collect their own evidence. But as of right now, he's not being charged with a sexual assault. That could change when the detective reaches out to me. But I have the evidence because I think someone like that should have to register as a sex offender. And I think that people should be aware that he exists and that he is capable of things like that, because we all know that that can progress to something far worse than what happened today. Not diminishing that that wasn't traumatic what happened, but I'm also glad that I'm strong and wasn't afraid to confront him. And I mean, he looked like a child, a 22-year-old little scared boy. Damn. Not sure what his rationale for doing that is. It seemed random. I don't know him, but he seemed to have that ready to go, pulled over, and felt fine doing that in broad daylight at an intersection. So I am fine sharing that information about him.
I know where this happened.
But I think everyone in Portland area should be aware. I guess some similar things like this have been happening. And
yep, this is now.
I guess even walking in broad daylight, you need to be really careful.
Third time
I was,
this week.
Paying attention. Like I knew something was off. And yeah. So,
anyways, that's it to her.
I hope they're testing it for a pathogen.
Right. It's the third time. It's a trend. And
is it a challenge?
I don't know what the cops weren't willing to do anything about it until it went public, and I don't know. But
you said they didn't talk to her until the next day.
Right.
Because she had gone public?
Because she had gone public, put in social media. Yeah. So this is why, again, social media can be a benefit, especially in situations like this. Anyways, so that's a trend I'm picking up on. It's happened now three times in 1 week, just in one town, one city.
So disgusting.
I know. It's depraved. You couldn't get more personal, more disrespectful. You couldn't get more. It's a criminal act. So, and that's what happens.
Okay,
when
I'm going to make this comment, and I don't want you to take it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thanking God that's all it was.
No, I agree.
They've been raping and murdering women in broad daylight now for years.
Right. She had just said she's a victim too. So,
So I'm just saying it's horrible
when
that it
you
happened. It
don't
needs to be dealt with.
Yes.
Thank God it didn't go any further yet. I just
when you don't hold people accountable for crimes, the community picks up on that. The youth will pick up on that, and they'll take it and run with it. And this is Exhibit A, right here.
this is a society that has lost its
moral compass. Yep.
Yeah, we're no longer, or at least that's what it's looking like. I actually think that our society is doing okay. We've just allowed this utter bullshit to surface and be perpetuated. I'm not saying she shouldn't have made a PSA, absolutely, but it's the fault of not enforcing laws on the book.
That's right.
Did I ever tell you the story?
That's right. You just nailed it. Yes.
When I was a kid, I grew up in a very small town, and neighbor of ours had just gotten a divorce. It was her and her two small children. I used to babysit for them.
Mm-hmm.
When the divorces would go through, it used to get printed in the newspaper. And somebody came in through her window and raped her, brutally raped her.
Oh, gosh.
They couldn't find him. Next time they printed it into the newspaper, only that time the woman had a paramour, right?
Yeah.
By the time the police got there, he was knocked senseless. There was a dent in the steel door.
Oh,
where her boyfriend just pummeled him. I actually wish more men would stand up and do that.
That's what Jax 212 got a hat tip to Jax, because he just said, we have lost our balls is what the problem is. The community should handle shit like this. Is the cough, cough law will not. I couldn't agree more.
I don't have a problem with that. First of all, I don't know what the hell happened. I know men have been sissified. I know a lot of good men.
Yeah.
But they're not. I don't see this
Military
outrage.
mom.
Yeah, I don't see the outrage that used to occur. Do you?
No, I don't. You're right.
And it's heart-wrenching because the natural role of a man is to protect. Get out there and start protecting.
That's right. Well, to Boneless Chicken's point, says Good Samaritans stand a better chance of prosecution than any legitimate perpetrator. New York City subway incident is a prime example. So stuff like that can kind of prevent good men from doing nothing.
But if good men banded together, there's more of them.
That's right. No, that's right.
I don't give a rip about the perpetrators. I do give a rip about women and children feeling like there's somebody that's got their back.
Right.
Because right now, law enforcement in many jurisdictions do not.
And who do you go to?
Who do you go to? Who's left?
It's a good question. So
I think it's a good clarion call for some testosterone injections into our moral compass, right?
Yes. Well,
bring back the testosterone.
Speaking of testosterone, has Trump found a way to bypass the Strait of Hormuz? While everyone's watching the airstrikes, Gulf nations are rushing massive pipelines into surface at mind-blowing speeds. We're talking 14 plus million barrels of oil a day, moving completely out of reach from Iranian speedboats and mines by 2028, Feisty.
Isn't that going through Turkey?
Could be. Nothing like this.
Because Turkey has a major pipeline into Europe.
Oh, and Trump just met with Erdogan.
Just last week.
Nothing like this gets financed during peacetime. The world had nearly 50 years, everybody, but kept deciding to take the easy way out and let Iran keep its leverage. It's interesting. But now that Iran has turned the strait into a weapon and forced a toll at gunpoint.
What do you mean now? What do you mean now that Iran has turned the Strait into a weapon? It's been a weapon for 50 years.
Yes.
Let's just put it out there. It's been a weapon for 50 years. Now we're starting to pull it to the surface.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Things are finally changing. Maybe the real prize of this war isn't just ending Iran's nuclear program. Maybe it's the permanent expiration of Iran's veto over the global economy.
Well, can we then go back to the UN and take them off the Human Rights Council?
Bingo. I was going to say, if Trump succeeds at that, then doesn't that change everything?
Hopefully.
Oh, but that would be really inconvenient for the Tucker Carlsons and Sean Ryans of the world.
Oh, well, life sucks.
Yes. Well, I got some Glenn back here who's going to talk about it for about 4 minutes. Check this out.
We don't know about their nukes. They're now a defense supplier building really dangerous weapons in drones. We're in the middle of a European war. And now the map, which takes me to Denmark, 1429 to 1857. I can't believe we're talking about Denmark. This is why this is not on the main show, because hello, nerds. I'm your king. 428 years. That's how long this went on. Every ship that entered the Baltic Sea paid a toll to the King of Denmark. Not a tax on Danish goods, a tax on other people's trade, collected because Denmark happened to own both sides of that narrow piece of water into the Baltic. Okay? The Sound Dues is what they were called. They ran from 1429, and at their height, they were a third of the Danish crown's entire income. Europe grumbled, but they paid because the alternative was war, and the toll was cheaper than war. Atoms, okay? Until 1857. Who refused to pay it? Us. The United States. We said, you know what? We've had enough of this. We're not going to recognize your levy. And we're not going to pay it. And so everybody went to the negotiating table, and that was the Copenhagen Convention. And it was a one-time buyout. And the permanent principle that a strait is not a possession. That's really important to this. You can't own a strait. The Kiel Canal came later. Why? Why did they build this canal? They built this canal because they knew somebody's going to look at that strait at some point in the future and go, you got to pay us a toll, and it'll choke everything down. So they made a canal, making the choke point optional. That's the key to this. I think it is misdirection. I think it's serious. I think it's real, the nuke part of it. I think it's real. I think the drones are a real part of this. But I think the choke point and the canal that is being built right now in the Gulf at the speed, that the infrastructure world doesn't believe, okay? There is an east-west line, 1.5 million barrels a day in service by early 2027. It's a bypass, and it was already half constructed. Saudi Arabia weighing 2 million barrel expansion to the Red Sea. Iraq back at the table on a Mediterranean corridor through Turkey. Goldman Sachs counts 7 different projects now and puts Gulf pipeline capacity over 14 million barrels a day by 2028. More than 60% of what those 7 states exported before the war, now moving in places Iran cannot touch with a speedboat or a mine. That, I think, is what this is all about. This is not being held hostage by crazy people, trying to take them out, trying to reduce them so they hopefully would overthrow the government. But if that doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. But keep the oil running while we build an end to the choke point. And by the way, none of that gets financed in peacetime because everybody knows. For 50 years, they've been talking about this, and they did the arithmetic, and they just chose John Adams. It's not worth it. It took the toll being collected at gunpoint in front of the whole world to make the bypass cheaper than the risk. That's the prize. It's not the crater at the Fordo plant. Craters will get dug out. The prize is the permanent expiration of Iran's veto over the world economy. That's the only asset that ever made a broke, isolated, demographically hollowing theocracy into a power anyone had to consult.
Interesting. What do you think about that, Feisty?
Do you know, if we're going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz, which with the toll lanes, how do you talk about that and not talk about the Suez Canal or the Straits of Malacca?
Or the Panama Canal, yeah.
Well, right now, Suez and Malacca are both toll roads. Okay. And then how do you not slip in Ben Gurion? That's a workaround to both.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. So I just think, and I agree with Glenn with what Denmark did, and we stopped paying that toll. We refused to pay it. And I think Denmark's possession of Greenland is an interesting geographic choke point. But immediately I'm thinking of the Straits of Malacca and Suez, which are both similar toll roads, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And China tried to exert that in the Panama, and we got Panama back. So,
right. But they're not supposed to. That's
right. They weren't supposed to do that.
International water. So,
but still, I mean, you're looking at using geography to exert control, but the only way you can exert control is if the rest of the world look the other way while you put that in place. We've been looking at the Straits of Hormuz being a weapon for 50 years.
Yeah.
The only thing that's changed is we said, no, we're done. The rest of the world was willing to pay those fees because they knew the fees were ultimately passed on to the consumer, not to the country. Right?
Or the fees were passed on to the terrorists.
Well, that too, but still, when you're paying the increased rates to get your barrel of oil and you can pass that cost on to the consumer, governments had no incentive to stop a bad practice.
Right.
So the terrorists get their money. Governments get their oil and they look benevolent.
Yeah.
In the meantime, you're paying much more at the pump.
That's a great point.
So there was no reason, there was no incentive until Trump said this is enough. Enough is enough. But how do you not recognize the Suez, which is in proximity?
Yeah.
And not say, wait a minute, there's another one over there. And those are monopolistic tariffs, right? When you look at it.
Yep.
Those tolls.
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. Ben Gurion was supposed, which is why we need Israel to be our partner. Ben Gurion is the workaround to these geographic threats that we've got. And a simple fact, Suez, for example, is very high cost in maintenance because it's sandy to keep that open.
Yep.
But we're looking at a situation that gets resolved with others looking at how badly we're going to take you down. So with Trump going after Iran, don't think Sisi in Egypt or do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And now you got Saudi Arabia and Jordan that are joining in, and it's like Egypt's getting pinched out and nobody's noticing it.
Oh, Egypt.
That's Suez Canal. That's Egyptian.
Wow. All right. Well,
those are my thoughts. Take them as you will.
Yeah. So there's more going on in Iran. You got 12th straight night of strikes. Iran begging for a deal. Congress calling it an unauthorized war, quote unquote. Are we heading toward full-scale boots on the ground?
No.
I don't think so either.
No, there's no signs that are showing that. I mean, as long as we are doing what we're doing and they're targeted hits in response to something. There's no full scale war. Who is our opposing uniformed army going to be? I mean,
it's a good question.
Who's left? So Trump is going to continue. He's going to continue to go press the button, boom, a missile.
Right.
And that's all he needs to do. And we've got the drones watching everything that's going on. Yes, Iran's begging. They're crying uncle. Because it isn't Iran we are at war with. I don't people can't understand that what Trump is eradicating is not Iran or the Iranian leadership, whoever they are right now, but the networks that controlled Iran. Remember the Zaraganhem and the Shamkhani networks, they both controlled better than 50% of the Iranian economy.
That's crazy.
So, we're not
crazy.
at war
Shadow
with Iran.
fleets.
Right.
Damn.
The ghost ships, all of that. That's who we're at war with.
Andy B2 says that the canal that Israel wants to build goes into the other Gulf on the Red Sea, still a big pinch point at southern end of Red Sea. Yeah.
Well, the southern end of the Red Sea, yes, but you've got Jordan and Israel that bank that. And there's an Israeli-Jordanian project where they desalinated the Dead Sea. So you've got a bipartisan, unified something going on there. Right. But that was the purpose of Ben Gurion, was to get around Egypt and get around all this other stuff.
Yep.
And so I don't know if they start building it. I can't answer that question. They've been talking about Ben Gurion now for 120 years. So I don't know that answer, but you can't talk about one without talking about the others, and recognizing that if we're not careful, we shift this operation from the Strait of Hormuz to Suez, right?
Yep.
And then to the Malacca. So, these are real issues that need to be dealt with. Isn't it better to take Egypt, who takes a lot of foreign aid from the U.S., and make them a witness to how badly it'll look for them if they don't shape up themselves? Isn't that a better story?
Yes, of course, yeah. Let me see here. Q-Fan Addict says, wasn't a huge portion of that money Iran's been collecting going to UK, Britain, London, etc.? Isn't that cutting them off?
Okay, so before the SOFR transfer, yes, the UK got, City of London in particular, got huge fees from the leases, right? And from the corporate fees and such like that. They got huge fees off the top of that.
Yep.
The money that passed through the system, there was a bit taken off the top. Once that got exposed in 2012, I'll remind you, we started holding the UK to account. So what are we dealing with now? You're not dealing actually with the City of London shadow banking. You're dealing with the illicit use of the shadow banking system, the hubs.
Yep.
And that's go up and look at OFAC.
Which is the list of sanctions. That's the sanctions that are placed.
Yeah, OFAC is the list of sanctions. But if it was the City of London in particular, you can bet your bottom dollar there'd be a sanction against them. There's not. And who is it? These are all the networks illicitly using the shadow banking system. So there's your first heads up. The other part of it is you've got a European Union that needs their sticky power. Brussels needs their sticky power, the old world order, the rules-based order. And if you recall, when Trump came back in, everybody was crying the rules-based order. We just want to go back to the rules-based order. They were lamenting on that every chance they got. What is that saying? That was Brussels. Now, Brussels has been brought to toe because the European Union member countries are saying, screw you, we're gonna do bilateral trade deals with the U.S. because their market is more important. So Trump went in, thank God he's using the McKinley-style tariffs, because that's exactly what he did. He imposed these tariffs to force them to the table to make trade agreements, which is identical to what McKinley did. And so by doing that, we now have a situation where the EU is losing even their sticky power. And now you've got these rogue networks that Scott Bessent every week throws down more, every single week.
Wow. Sticky
and it's been
power.
fun to watch.
Mm-hmm. It has been fun to watch, but it's like one of those things that if it's not being presented in, some sort of media outlet, then people don't know where to go to find this stuff, right?
They don't understand, yeah.
Right. So,
that's where you come listen to me, because I've got a good 2 decades of research under my belt on this.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
And I'm going to take a victory lap on that one, but because I do understand that whole shadow banking, why it was developed. We did a show on it, Sean.
I know.
Why it was developed, how it got abused. I brought you all the way up through today.
You got a huge list of slides for it.
Yeah, with source documents. Yep. But the fact of the matter is, if you understand that the new world order, the global order, is what's being taken to task, and they're quietly suffering because they don't dare say anything, then you can understand, we took care of business, been taking care of business for a while, and what's left are the illicit networks that thought they could control it themselves.
Right.
And we're actually forcing, do you think DOA arrested dozens of money changers attached to the Zeringa-Helm network because they were feeling benevolent that day? I mean,
No.
You're talking Qatar that has always harbored terrorism.
Yeah.
They weren't feeling benevolent. There was pressure there.
Come on now.
So we're taking care of business, and we're doing it in a very methodical, very straightforward way. And unfortunately, it's not being explained. Nobody's getting what's going on. But and I'll tell you right now, go look at OFAC. Go look at the sanctions. It takes 20 seconds to pop one of the names listed into Google to find out which network it's attached to. And you can immediately see the steady degradation of that system to the point where we can now talk confidently about Cuba.
Yeah, when is Cuba going to happen? Not until after Iran's dealt with, I imagine. Right?
Well, I would venture Cuba happens in 27 for sure. Right now, you got to starve the beast. And I think that's where Canada and Mexico, speaking with Trump recently, really plays into that, because in order to bring Cuba to task, you've got to deal with these transnational cartel groups that are running freely across borders.
Yes.
So you've got to deal with that. And he's already gone after several in Central and South America.
2 of them have been already just this week determined as foreign terrorist organizations.
Right.
2 specific cartels. I don't remember their names.
It actually goes. Medellin cartel was one of them, and I can't think of the other
Medellin.
one. Yeah.
Is it?
So you're not only that, but you're linking them to domestic terrorism.
Domestic or foreign?
No, domestic terrorism. That's what the ministerial was about. And wasn't it interesting? Who was at that ministerial? Secretary of Education. So now you know exactly where that's going. Because that's where the terrorism is being fomented, is within the youth in the university and high school settings. So we are watching.
So it's not an FTO?
No, they're talking domestic terrorism.
Okay, Rubio designates Juarez cartel, Los Viagras as foreign terrorist organizations. Foreign, though.
What I'm talking about, those, yeah, but they're also talking about domestic terrorism. That was the ministerial on Thursday. Who's the feeder into domestic terrorism? These cartels. That's where they're coming from.
Yes.
Who's funding it? Cuba. That's the Cuba report.
Wow. All right.
And so you got to ask the question, we've sanctioned the hell out of Cuba. Where's the money coming from? Drugs, weapons, trafficking.
Wow.
I mean, we're literally watching them take apart this system that has gripped our country for decades. And the other piece to this is you can't. It's one thing to go after the cartels. It's one thing to go after domestic terrorism, but you've had states that welcomed them because they got money off the top.
Arizona, yeah, Colorado.
You got all this fraud.
You're right. California. Damn. You're right.
I didn't hear that. Say that.
You're right. You know that.
I'm just saying, look at the landscape and recognize that the reason for the chaos is because we're winning. The reason for the noise is because we're winning. This is why you're not hearing this stuff instead of hearing Trump's a narcissist and he's psychotic.
Yep.
You know, I mean,
Agreed.
This is why you're hearing that instead of the real truth.
Totally.
Because we have to be winning if that's what's coming out of everybody's mouth.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And the IRGC, I'll put in this camp as well. You know,
Yes.
Houthis,
But Trump
Hamas.
even told you. I showed you a video a long time ago where he broke the IRGC into three groups.
Who
the
did?
hardliners, the guy, I can't think of his name offhand, but he broke them into three groups. He used to work for the CIA. And he said the hardliners, which Trump used to tell you a lot about, he hasn't mentioned the word hardliners in a long time. That's because they got missiles into their bedroom walls. But the hardliners were waiting for Khomeini to kick the bucket so they could reverse the 2003 fatwa.
Right.
The moderates were like, yeah, we love our supreme leader, and we may be willing to do that. And then you had those that wanted no part of a nuclear weapon. So when Trump started talking hardliners and he started saying there are moderate people within the IRGC, he's talking about these other two groups. You want me to go find that video? You can play it again.
Yeah, you're welcome to. I'm gonna play something now, which is gonna be we're gonna show Tom Homan. Actually, President Trump just shared an interview Tom Homan did on Fox News this weekend, where Homan says ICE arrests are hitting record levels for the month of June, but doesn't provide the data to support his claim, says Brianna Morello. Homan says DHS shut down, slowed mass deportations down. Whatever she meant by that. Then
They had complained, and they found a way to block and slow down the deportations. And Homan said, yeah, put that back.
Yeah. And
his name is Ralph Goff. I just sent you the video again.
And if I scroll down, you got Mike Flynn Jr. here at the top, who says they're not showing the data because the data most likely shows they're way behind where they need to be to suffice the desire from American people on how many we should be deporting on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. Mass deportations, ? Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Remember Biden let in 20 million, likely more.
Okay, did Flynn happen to mention all the lawsuits?
No.
And the threats?
We're nowhere near on pace to get at a minimum those 20 million out. And then shout out to JTC53 here because I feel like he's based. And he says, very weird considering the numbers do back up the claim. You need to stop lying, Brianna. Numbers don't lie. People do. That's a great point. And he's referring to Bill Malugin here saying, breaking new ICE data dump reveals the agency has carried out 356,389 deportations so far in the fiscal year of 2026, which began October 1st. That averages out to roughly 1,260 per day. Holy shit. ICE currently,
that's a lot.
Yeah. ICE currently has 65,765 people in ICE detention, 39,576 of whom 60% have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. The data also confirms Border Czar Tom Homan's recent statements that June saw a record-setting number of immigration arrests with 43,138 arrests, which is higher than January and February when the surge in Minnesota was in effect. July is on pace to potentially break the June record. So this has been a narrative as of late where they've been going after Tom Homan and Mark Wayne Mullen. There's a concerted effort to target those two specifically. Bovino's not
programs.
doing it. He's been on a couple programs, and he's been praising their efforts so far. But there is a concerted effort to, and Brianna Morello, ever since she connected with Alex Jones,
she's not
kinda,
who you think she is.
But Trump did share this out. This is what he is referring to. So check this out.
And you know I'm a big fan of your work, right?
Yes.
So I fired off a couple of tweets this week because I was a little upset, right? And I think the president was also, and I don't know the discussions that happen internally, but this notion of stopping traffic stops, and then now we're hearing that perhaps they're going to resume, but that one of the agents has to have a body cam. We know not all agents have body cams, which leads me to believe that perhaps some traffic stops will be paused for that reason. I want to give you a chance to set that record straight so the American people know what's going on in terms of these traffic stops and why there was maybe this miscommunication with the White House and Secretary Mullen on what happened there.
Well, look, traffic stops are back on, and that is true. You got to have a body camera during a traffic stop, which I like. I want all agents to have body cameras, because body cameras exonerate agents 90% of the time, right? It tells the truth. And why hasn't everybody have a body camera? Because the Democrats shut down the government. In that budget, there's $120 million more to buy body cameras. They said we had money before, but we didn't have money to do the storage, right? We didn't have money to hire people to do the thousands of Freedom of Information Act requests we're going to get. So we didn't have the money, so they held it up. If they would have not shut down the government, first of all, we'd have a lot more arrests and removals. They shut us down for months. And second of all, everybody would have a camera. So I think it makes sense to have cameras. And I think, I talked to Mark Wayne Mullen. I think his biggest concern when he made that decision was the safety of officers, because with the threats with vehicles up nearly 2,000%, at what point will we not be quick enough? Then we'll go and bury an ICE agent, right? So I think he wanted to make sure, did have the training or not, did you have everything they want? Person Trump came in, he made a decision. So traffic stops are back on. And the camera deployment, I saw the plan the other day, there's a plan for deployment. Right now we're training the trainers, so when the cameras get to the field offices, they'll immediately be deployed.
And I love the idea of having the body cams, because you're exactly right. It gives the public an opportunity to see what's going on so the left can't run away with the narrative. Here's my concern, and then I'm going to turn it over to my friends here on the panel. I have a lot of questions for you. I'm going to try to keep it brief, though. I'm really somebody who voted on mass deportations. I want them to happen. I don't want just arrests. I want deportations, right? And I think a lot of mega voters agree with me, and they're going to be voting in November. Right. And I think that with all the holdups that the Democrats give us in terms of everything on this president's agenda, including Save America Act, it feels like the one thing that we could possibly carry out beyond just closing down the border, which the president has done and you have done and has been fantastic, is the promise of these mass deportations. Now, there's been rumblings that perhaps now it's just targeted. Now it's just we're going to go after the worst of the worst, which I want them out too, but that perhaps this goal of mass deportations is not the mission anymore under this secretary. So I want to give you a chance to explain to the American people where we are in that process.
Mass deportations is still the plan, but prioritization of the worst of the criminals doesn't mean we forget about everybody else. And let me give you a clear example where we're at. So 60% of everybody we're arresting right now is a criminal, 40% are non-criminal. So we are arresting a lot of non-criminals. I think 60% criminal, 40% non-criminal is actually better than 40% non-criminal, 60% non-criminal. I just think it's better. But the numbers are what they are now. A few months ago, people were screaming and yelling. The numbers are down. Well, the government was shut down. DHS was shut down. But what happens when we got the reconciliation bill passed? Right now, we're up 40% over last year. So everybody says last year was a good year. It's a historic year last year. We arrested, deported more people than any president in history last year. Right now, we're on a track of beating that by 40% right now. In June, ICE arrested more illegal aliens in June than any month in history. I looked at the number this morning. July looks like it's tracking to beat June. So look, we're hitting on all cylinders right now. We're doing a great job. But when it comes to removals, we had record number of removals last year. But here's what people don't understand. They say, we want more, we want more, we want more. It's not a simple case of arresting, deporting. There's a process to find them, and there's a whole process between the arrests and deportations. What people don't understand, despite all the pushback we're getting right now, there's over 100 nationwide injunctions against us for arrests, detention, removals. Over 100. That's more nationwide injunctions than every president in the history of this nation combined. So it's an all-out assault on the Trump administration. So we got over 100 nationwide injunctions. The government was shut down for months. We have a record number of habeas cases filed by radical judges, where I was told yesterday the number is around 65,000 people that we arrested that we had to release because of habeas cases out of radical judges. So there's a lot we're fighting against, but more than any other president. But even though we have all those struggles with the courts and the open borders agenda, we're still breaking records.
So, we made a lot of good points there.
Flynn.
Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch. We're watching this. We know the deportations are up.
Right.
We know that this is happening. But how do you, and this gets me into Lindell, if you don't mind.
Please.
So in 2025, Trump offered an opportunity. But I think, actually, as I step back, let me go back and tell you the history of Immigration Reform and Control Act, okay, from 1986, because I lived it, okay? I know this like the back of my hand. 1986, in order to get Democrats to vote for the act, they allowed roughly 3 million illegals who had their packets in process. They gave them legal status, okay? Roughly 3 million. In 1996, that legal status got stripped like that with a stroke of a pen. And they were told that if you're here when your visa number comes up, you're not only not going to become a citizen, but you're forever barred from being a citizen. At that point, another 5.4 million went into the shadows. That's in 1996.
They went underground. Good point.
2008, we tried to do Immigration Reform Control Act amendments. Okay. It failed spectacularly. I mean, it was just the rhinos and the Democrats, everybody's against it suddenly. It was so bad that Bush 2 signed an executive order for the E-Verify system. And then states banned it for their private employers. They couldn't use it.
Really?
They made it illegal to use E-Verify. At the same time, you're coming up to 2011, 12, 13. They're trying it again. This is the Rubio part, where it too failed. By this point, we got DACA and DAPA. Obama brings in DACA and DAPA, right? Because if you're a child, you came here as a little child, it's not your fault. This is all you've known, DACA. And then DAPA was for their parents. Okay. That, of course, got vilified by the right, praised by the left. I mean, you can go back and forth. It's political football, back and forth. Trump comes in and he says, we got a problem. We need to find a pathway to citizenship. Somebody at DHS during his first term decided to just with a stroke of a pen, like they did in 96, to upend DACA and DAPA. Supreme Court, I think, answered wisely because I lived through the 96 one and I saw the damage it caused, major damage. The Supreme Court said to the government, what is your plan for these people? And they stuttered. And the Supreme Court says, you can't do this to people. This gets into the Pope talking about the dignity of the human.
It's exploitation. Yeah.
Yeah, that completely throw that out the window. So the Supreme Court ruled against the administration. DACA DAPA survived. Trump's second term, what did he do? And I've cut out a lot of history, but there's a timeline. You get it, right? So each successive issue put more people in the shadows. Biden comes in. We literally opened the borders, told these people in these other countries, come here, we'll give you free, right? All food, housing, all this crap. People came. We've got pictures of people standing politely in lines at the El Paso choke point to come into this country. Okay?
Yep.
There's no intent on their part to enter illegally because they were told to come.
Right.
So Trump comes
they're being
in.
used.
Now we don't know what the number is, okay? There's no reliable number of illegals that I can find. I've heard as many as 40 million. We don't know the number. So Trump comes in the second time and he does this registration thing where you have to self-identify, you have to give over your biomedical information, right? Your fingerprint, all that stuff. And there's this process you got to go through. And then what happened? Immigration attorneys, the civil rights groups, LCCHR, they all told these people, don't do that. That's a way for them to deport you. People were afraid to register. So not many did. Some did. Some actually took the plane ride back home. But many people went into the shadows. Lindell comes out and he says, if I'm elected governor, I'm going to give you a second chance. And nobody stopped to think, what does he mean by second chance? What was the first chance? Trump. He says he's going to do almost the identical thing in Minnesota if he's elected governor. Why a second chance? We need a census. We need to know the size and scope of the problem.
That's a great point.
We don't know what that is. And if you don't register after all these opportunities, then goodbye.
Yeah, undocumented. That's the key word here, undocumented. Would you rather get them?
We've used immigrants as a political football for decades. It's unconscionable what we've done.
Yeah, that's exploitation. In slavery. It's another thing.
Well, we scare them. In fact, one of the other things that's happening under this current administration that I'm really pleased to see is immigration attorneys are being indicted and sentenced.
Yes.
I mean, I'm shocked. I've never seen that before. Tens of thousands of cases for each of these attorneys where they didn't even file a packet. And some of these immigrants trying to do the right thing, file a packet, are paying upwards of $40,000, $50,000. And there's nothing on file. We've completely exploited this entire group.
Oh my gosh.
So, and I keep telling, we got into a huge argument in my own chat room over this. I keep trying to tell people, first identify what you're talking about. Trump is talking about criminal, okay? Tom Homan just said about 40% are non-criminal. But then what that means is there's something there that has them detained. It's not for every person here. And if they're not registered in the federal database, you're subject to deportation. They told you that.
You did. You're right.
There you go.
And I'm just looking at the justice.gov here to see what's come up in the last, day or two. There's been a lot, by the way. Just on the 23rd.
They're busy.
Just today, or now yesterday, Justice Department files complaint challenging Milwaukee mask ban and identification requirements for federal officers.
Yeah, they're trying to stop federal officers from wearing a mask.
Yep. Additional West Virginia correctional officer pleads guilty to conspiracy against inmates' rights. Acting Attorney General Blanche issues updated guidance to strengthen federal religious liberty protections. The Department of Justice sues Colorado for providing in-state tuition to illegal aliens. But nothing's happening. Extradited Canadian-American woman pleads guilty for role as organizer of deadly alien smuggling conspiracy. Did you hear who the individual is that is in Carney's, chief executive officer or something? He just chose a woman, an American woman, to be a part of his cabinet to run the chief. The title I've never heard of before. Chief executive something. Close to Carney. So she's going to be close to Carney. Well, she's a Democrat operative. by the way.
Of course.
In his orbit now. Very in his ear every day. There's that. Oklahoma businessman waives $120 million bankruptcy discharge. Okay, there's that. California man indicted in Maine for sex trafficking and related offenses. Nevada tax preparers indicted for conspiracy to defraud the United States and preparing false tax returns for clients.
Her name is Maya Johnson, and she was made PMO, the chief executive officer of the Prime Minister's office.
Dallas laboratory owners and investors pay $24 million to resolve COVID-19 testing fraud allegations. Wow. And then Justice Department resumes targeted HSR merger review process. I don't know what that means. So, plenty of cases were had today.
She was a scheduler for Hillary Clinton.
Oh my gosh, really?
Before her formal government appointment, she worked closely
with
Carney. Yeah, she was previously worked on several prominent political campaigns, notably
Carney's little.
Notably serving as the scheduler for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential run.
Why did he put her in his orbit?
Did he put her in there, or was he told to?
Yes.
He's placed himself.
Yes.
That's my line.
There's got to be a reason for it. Carney, arguably Trump's nemesis. Mm-hmm. That dude is put in there. He was installed in that position to be the resistance.
No, in 2026, you ready for this? Uh-oh. Johnson drew media scrutiny.
What's her name?
Was fined. Maya Johnson.
Maya Johnson.
Was fined $200 by Canada's ethics commissioner, because, that's painful. The administration fine was issued for failing to file her standard public office asset disclosures, but then gets appointed. So, go ahead.
So why is he appointed?
He's being told to. We're transnational,
what is
remember?
He doing? But what is he doing? What's her objective?
We showed you where the New World Order is moving to Canada. Remember?
Yes. Yeah, we talked about this. We talked about this
many times.
All right. I don't want to hold you all night. Thank you, by the way. And apologies for starting late. Thank you for
no problem. No problem.
Being patient with me.
I've enjoyed this.
What are we planning on? What's the dig we're looking at for Monday?
I don't know. I'm waiting to see what gets dropped. Because
so
the show we did on Tuesday.
We know you're following Grassley.
I'm looking at
and Pulte.
Oh God, yeah.
But he's been kind of silent lately, which is actually a good sign.
No, Solomon is his voice now.
Oh, okay. So, tomorrow.
You didn't catch that nuance, right?
Yes, I did. So tomorrow we got more to drop in terms of.
So we're told. Yes.
Matter of fact, what's the name of that? What was that site again? It's White House.
White House.
Was it whitehouse.gov?
I'll drop it. I got it here.
Mitch with the fleet. Look at
election integrity. Election integrity. I just dropped
it. Thanks, Mitch. Good to see you, brother.
So, I'm not real sure. I designed Tuesday's show around getting people up to speed from the beginning of surveillance, how the structure was built, how they moved Crossfire, all that tainted data, food to the poisonous tree into Round River. Jack Smith got a hold of all of that, and it led to a national security threat and a national sovereignty issue. So I brought everybody up to speed. And it seems like the biggest hit out of the deck was the domestic spy operation and the global map, right?
Yes,
my two legacy slides.
That was
I could have saved all my time and just done 2 slides and
that was
be
big.
done with it.
And shout out to Kevin for breaking it down a little smaller.
He broke up the other slides. So what the goal was, though, is if you're up to speed on all of that, when new stuff comes out, and we can just, fill it in. And we already know Grassley had said there's many more investigations, so I'm waiting to see if we get in. We only know so many. He said he could name 10, and he said there's many more. I'm waiting for the many more, right?
That's supposed to come today, on Friday.
According to Solomon, this Friday, next Friday, and the Friday after that.
Right. I'm bookmarking this site right now, and it's got a news. It's got a news portion, which I love. By the way,
Yes.
President Trump's ratepayer protection pledge. Okay, Trump administration announces more than $5 billion for Genesis mission on AI for science.
You're looking at his
I'm looking
executive
at the news.
orders.
I'm looking at the news.
Are you looking at the election integrity site? Here, I'll drop it to you.
I got it right here.
There it is, right there too.
Nothing new. Not seeing anything.
I have
Not
been
yet.
refreshing it like crazy, looking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's good stuff in there. I did one slide showing the
Non-citizens on state voter rolls. Yeah.
Mhm. These are the things that were dropped last week.
But so we'll stay tuned for more.
That's what I'm doing.
And stay tuned. I'll let it if I find out tomorrow what the new dig is, I'll let everybody know. But
I have no idea yet. People give me an idea what you want to hear, but I didn't do this week's dig until I didn't figure it out until after the drop on Thursday night.
Right.
And I put it together in 3
that was
days.
fun.
I thought I did pretty good with that.
We had a blast that night.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun last week. That was a lot of fun.
We always have fun.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Feisty. Go get some rest. Don't let me keep you up all night. Holy shit. I got about another about another hour to go. So, but thank you.
Well, you have fun, and thank you everybody for listening to me rant.
No ranting. God bless
Talk
you.
to y'all soon.
All right.
Bye.
Love you. Feisty's a blessing. We love Feisty. Well.